Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, yeah, that's about everybody. Welcome back to Northern Perspective. I'm Ryan, and Tanya is still under the weather, and she's upstairs minding our son, so she will not be joining, well, in the flesh, but she will be probably in chat, and given that she's been hacking up along most of the night and most of the day, I would advise everybody to obey chat rules. That's what I would say. But every day I think she's getting a little better, so that's great. And we will see what mods we end up having tonight. If we end up having any, we'll see. But it doesn't mean that the rules are different in the chat. So no selling, soliciting, or spamming. No name calling, insulting. Keep everything on topic if possible. And please respect each other and respect the platform. Thank you very much for that. It is Monday, April 13th, 2026, and it is by-election day. So we will see what ends up happening. I think we all are expecting that the two Toronto area ridings are going to be flipping Liberal. Well, not flipping Liberal, going Liberal again. They're just refilling the seat because there were two Liberals there before. There's probably going to be two Liberals after. But it's going to be very interesting in the riding Terrebonne. Polling has it essentially a tie at 40%, 40%. A couple days ago, the Bloc were behind, I think, about 2 or 3%. And after a couple more polls in the aggregate, it's a statistical tie. Plus or minus 7% in terms of margin of error, which is a big margin of error. And we will see what ends up transpiring as we go through the night. But we're going to be bringing you all the results as they happen and as they are delivered to the Elections Canada website. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Is it possible that the Conservatives could steal one of these ridings in Toronto? Possible? Yes. Probable? Probably not. Stranger things have happened, though. So I will take a Christmas miracle in the middle of April any day. So anyway, folks, there we go. Before we get too far into things, just want to ensure that everybody is up to date on a couple of things. So number one, here's the latest on one of the petitions that we've been passing around. Ladies and gentlemen, this is E7025. So we are at 103,582 signatures. This is the petition by Leanne Rood. It is an attempt to get the government to stop floor crossing. And this was at, I think, 67,000 not even a week ago. So phenomenal work by everybody to get this out there. This closes in 4 days, so we still have some time to add some more signatures to this. So I encourage everybody, if you haven't signed it already, but I'm sure most of you have probably signed this, to sign it and distribute that around and try and get everybody out there to spread the word on this. So I just dropped that link in chat. If you have not actually signed this, you can take a look there. And here's the other petition. This one is sponsored by Vincent Ho. So when we came across this, I believe it was around 1,800, 1,900 signatures, something like that. And we are now at 8,661. So this is a similar type of petition with some different outcomes. And I actually quite like how this one's written. So you don't have to worry about signing one or the other. You can sign them both. This is what I would recommend to everybody. So please, 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 if you wouldn't mind, lend your support, use your voice, and let's make sure that Parliament understands that we do not approve of floor crossing at all. So how things are going to go for tonight? We are expecting all of the results to start coming in. at around 8:30 p.m. Eastern. That's when all of the polls close. This is what we have. So you can see, as soon as I get over here, we have University Rosedale, we have Scarborough Southwest, and then we have the ridiculous, quote-unquote, long ballot of Terrebonne. And as all of the results come in, this is where we are going to be seeing these results come into play. So it's going to be an interesting evening. May not be too surprising, but very curious to see how the Terrebonne riding actually ends up playing out. So hopefully the bloc ended up doing some work out there. There was some talk on social media of strategic voting by Conservatives in that riding. So it would not surprise me to see the Conservative vote go down in that riding in order to actually bolster the bloc. We will see what happens, though. But it's going to be interesting. Great to see people are saying that they've signed both. I love it. Thank you for highlighting the petitions. You're absolutely welcome. We got to keep our foot on the gas on this. We have reached out for some additional interviews, as I promised that we would. Sent some communication to Marilyn Gladhu's office. I expect to get no response whatsoever. But stranger things have happened, right? Stranger things have happened. I would expect the Toronto by-elections to flip before Marilyn Gladhu comes on Northern Perspective. So that take from that what you will. I take that as a positive for the Toronto by-elections. So we will see what happens. Go through some of the pre-chat activity. Oh, actually, before we get there, please make sure that you like the stream. We're going to be competing with CBC. We're going to be competing with CTV. We're going to be competing with Global out there. Let's beat them all. And the only way to beat them all is to make sure that everybody likes the stream. That pumps it up in the ranking for YouTube. So we want to be the #1 by-election recommended stream on YouTube tonight, ahead of both CBC, Global, and CTV. That would be nice. If for nothing else, let's try and win that. And in order to do that, we need all of your help to make sure we get maximum likes here. Now they're starting to flip up. Thank you very much. And for those just joining, please hit that like button coming in. I know it's a pain in the butt hearing YouTubers talk about the like button, but it is literally what we live and die for. So come on in, put your feet up, grab your beverage of choice, your snack of choice, popcorn, chips, a nice juicy steak, whatever you want. And we're going to be following some by-elections tonight and talking a little politics. We have Grooveyard dropping 1 Northern Perspective membership. Thank you very, very much for that. Much appreciated. And I want to make sure we get over here. A $7 super chat for Jessica Van Luke. I'm hoping for a Conservative miracle in one of these Toronto ridings. We can only hope. The Immigrant Beaver Hades for $2. Can we get the RCMP investigating Gladue, please? Wouldn't that be nice? Jessica Van Luke for $2.79. What time do polls close? They close at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Norm Kelly for $10. I am inclined to believe that Elections Canada could have reported the results yesterday. For University Rosedale and Scarborough Southwest, probably. Fingers crossed on the Terrebonne riding. If for nothing else, Natalie St. Clair Degagné, many of you have seen her in committee through our coverage of committee, through our live streams of committee. She is a really, really strong MP, and it would be nice to see her back in committee to grill some of the Liberals. Trish Pearl for $2.79. It will be interesting to see the percentage change will be. Yes, it will. 100% it will. So that is something I'm very interested in seeing myself. But we'll be monitoring that and seeing how far off the polls were. For those of you who weren't on the live stream last night and who didn't actually see what our video was, it's a very fascinating video, and it was based on an article that was done by David Coletto, and he's talking about liberal bias in the polls, as much as between 5 and 7 points of bias that is inflating the Liberals and reducing the Conservatives. So the gap that is out there, what they're arguing is it is not what virtually every pollster out there is telling you that it is. So we will see what happens. What I'm going to be doing here is I'm just over on another screen setting up some of the windows for University Rosedale on 338 and Scarborough Southwest, as well as Terrebonne, so we can actually take a look at how the polls end up coming out, right? And then as we see these ridings coming to a close, when all the polls are closing and the results are flooding in, we'll be able to see kind of how close they ended up getting. So, and come on, you can do it. 338. There we go. I was missing an E, folks. So, but speaking of Terrebonne, let's take a look and go over there, and I'll show you where we are. So this is the polls as they are. So you can see what we're looking at is the projection. That's what the polls are right now. So the Liberals are essentially neck and neck with them, 42 to 41. The end of the 2025 election, the results were within 0.0001%, one vote. So you can see how close that was. Let's hope it's not that close again, because if it is, we have to go through a judicial recount, and that's going to take time. And then we're going to have to wait and see what that judicial recount ends up coming out to. For any of the mail-in ballots, hopefully Elections Canada got the right freaking address this time. Wouldn't that be nice? So let's continue. We have Leaf Busby for $5. I would never want CPC to accept floor crossers. It's an integrity and ethics issue, in my opinion. We don't need more unethical MPs in the CPC, LPC, NDP, etc. I 100% agree with you. If for the only reason is that you may not have started with unethical MPs, but you're accepting an unethical MP that is betraying their constituents. And if they'll do it once, they'll do it again. So I completely agree with you. Well said. We have Just Me Nicole. Great to see you for $5. My older brother went to vote in Terrebonne, was pretty busy there. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how many voters came out, right? Because by-elections usually see a lower turnout. We're probably going to see a lower turnout in University Rosedale. We're probably going to see a lower turnout in Scarborough Southwest. It's really going to be interesting to see how all the numbers turn out in the riding of Terrebonne. Austin DeLuca for $28. Do you think it's delusional to expect any accountability for the Liberals? The media doesn't care within 5 days. Can't the Liberals just vote down the petition and blame the Conservatives doing it before a decade ago? They could. It's not really a great argument, because there's a lot of Conservatives that, A, were not in Parliament at that point. And as I said last night, Pierre Poilievre wasn't the leader. So he wasn't the one calling the shots on what the party was and wasn't voting on. That was Stephen Harper. So if you want to pin something on Stephen Harper, pin that one, right? So, but it's only a matter of time before the Liberals really start getting hit. And it's frustrating as we wait for that time. I'm with everybody on that, but it is only a matter of time. And it's going to be glorious. It really, really is. It's going to be, I think, a lot more glorious than what happened to Justin Trudeau. Because the arrogance. The arrogance that we're going to be seeing from the Liberal Party over the next 6 months to a year is going to be insufferable. But that's going to make it all the more sweeter when everything collapses on them. Wayne Caspi for $20. Hit those thumbs up and pray. Absolutely. Thank you very, very much. Okay. And we have John Gotti. Good to see you again for $2. Why is Carney not going to prorogue Parliament? Because he won't need to now. So there's two ways. So, well, let's just back up. Why would he even consider proroguing Parliament? Because there's a question out there for those that don't know of what happens at committee. So committee is set up right now based on a Liberal minority government, meaning in almost all committees, not almost all of them, in the committees that matter, the Liberals have a minority of people there. So it's hard to have control of committee when you have a smaller number of Liberals actually in committee than the opposition. When things flip over to a majority government, things don't change right away. Committee was set back when this parliamentary session opened. So there's been discussion out there in the media and in the punditry land about, okay, so the Liberals need to actually wrest control of committee. Now, there's only two ways to really do that. Number one is you prorogue Parliament, which resets the agenda and resets committees. Then you can move ahead. Or you pass a motion in the House. In order to do that, you need enough votes. So, assuming that the Liberals get University of Rosedale and they get Scarborough Southwest tonight, they don't necessarily need Terrebonne. As long as everybody's there and everybody's voting, that motion could pass in the House. If people are having problems with the app, if people are missing, they're going to have a problem with that. So they don't need to prorogue. They just need to pass this motion because they technically have the numbers. It's going to be funny if they actually propose this motion and someone has a problem and they actually can't vote and then it doesn't pass. That's going to be fun to see if that actually happens. But I would expect this to change rapidly. Lazarus for $10. Posters for Terrebonne are using a pic of Carney, and with the ballots in that riding having to write the candidate's name in, do they think that they're voting for Carney and not the actual candidate? That's an excellent point, Lazarus. Very, very good point. Some people may do that, and we actually saw that in some of these other ridings. Like we actually had reports of some of the mail-in ballots or the special ballots in the election. People were writing down Pierre Poilievre's name, and they weren't actually writing down the proper candidate's name. So it's reasonable to assume that other people were doing that as well. So that could factor in if the whole push behind this is Mark Carney. I'll be interesting to see what happens with that, because those ballots will not be counted. So, and we have Jessica Van Luke for $7. Have you guys ever thought of having your own polling firm? I'd take your surveys. No, because that does take resources to do, but it would be interesting, right? It'd be interesting. And I do not have enough of a data sciences degree. I don't have any data science degree. I don't have any enough of data science knowledge to be able to put out a reliable poll. That's the difference, right? You know, if we can't do it right, we won't do it. Jonah Prusky for $7. If crossing the floor were to trigger a by-election, wouldn't MPs who want to cross instead vote against their own party in the House of Commons? Potentially, but then that causes a whole other problem for them. There's no advantage to that, right? Because you're not associated with the party that you even want to go to, right? So, but it brings up some interesting hypotheticals and some interesting questions. All it would do is it would actually humiliate them and make them look bad, terribly bad. And I don't know if anybody wants to be singled out like that. Doo-doo for $5. All Liberal voters will see the true face of Carney soon. Just hope we will still have the numbers to get the Liberals out. It's a very, very slim majority, even if they have what they have. So we'll see what happens. Autistic Avenger for $5. Did you guys hear the rumor that JT allegedly consumed certain illegal content while in the office and the RCMP covered it up? Yeah, so we know about this story. We reviewed it and decided not to cover it. The reason why is the facts as we understand it are kind of crazy. So doesn't really matter who the plaintiff is in this case. And like they could be Supreme Court justice. It doesn't really matter. But the facts of the case, as we understand them, are this, is that this individual ended up speaking to somebody at the Toronto Star, allegedly, a reporter, and that reporter told that person that they had some sources inside the RCMP that Justin Trudeau had consumed very illegal content. We use the acronym CP, and you can look that up. And told the individual, the plaintiff, that they were going to be running a story on it. And the story was never run. So the individual is now suing the Toronto Star for not running the story. It's a lawsuit on hearsay. Now, in one sense, everybody wants to see Justin Trudeau get in trouble. Everybody wants to see Justin Trudeau arrested. Everybody wants to see Justin Trudeau face some sort of accountability. I look at it this way. Based on the type of content that he was allegedly consuming, I hope it's not true. Not for his sake, but for the alleged minors that were involved. I hope that's not true. But you can't sue somebody based on hearsay. The person, like as far as we understand, the person who is filing lawsuit didn't see the sources, didn't see the original material that was given to the Toronto Star. So they are a third-hand person who just heard something from somebody, and now they're suing the Toronto Star because of what they were told. That's not a lawsuit, in my humble opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't see that as something that you can sue over. So, as I said, it's because of the hearsay and hearsay, like it's double hearsay. That's why we didn't cover it, because there's no meat there, right? There's nothing. Now, if there's more to this, and that the Toronto Star person provided the plaintiff with this material that they were given, well, at least that's a lot better than hearsay. But I don't, as far as I understand it, that's not what happened. How are you suing? Like, you have to prove that it's true. And as the plaintiff, you have, I don't even think you can. So I guess maybe he's hoping to be able to have that produced in discovery. I don't know. But we'll see where it goes. But the problem is it's very, very thin as far as we understand it. And that's why we didn't cover it, because it just, other than the scandalous effect and the person who it's allegedly about, which is Justin Trudeau, there's not enough meat there to actually be able to say, aha, something happened. So anyway, someone says no meat there pretty much sums up Justin Trudeau. There you go. Okay, let's get back to this. All right. So we have Heroes Workshop. Recalling an MP is the only answer to the floor crossing. That was for $5. Thank you very much. Completely support recall legislation. Patch Juris for $28. Thank you very much. I can sleep better at night with Mark Carney as PM. Nope. That was his wife's words this weekend. Who the F talks like this? A Liberal Party cult. Also, Muslim values are Canadian values, apparently. Yeah, allegedly. And and then she goes on to say, oh, I hear that they're teaching, or they're having my university students read my husband's speech already. Okay. Sure they are. RC Lammer for $2. What's the real name of the actor playing Carney? Uncredited? I don't know. And Giusette's? Oh, Giusette's. maybe, for $14. Thank you. Happy birthday, Vincent. Some ice cream money for the birthday boy, Bubble Avenue. Oh, thank you very much. Bubble Avenue is always like jumping in and out on different YouTube accounts. So I appreciate when she lets us know who it is. And Kevin McIntyre for $14. How about that nutty speech by Carney's wife at the convention? Yeah, that's one way to put it. Definitely one way to put it. Let's see. I'm going to see if I hit any member comments here. Sorry if I do miss some of the member comments. It's kind of difficult on this. Andrew Simpson, welcome to NP Supporter. Thank you very, very much for that. Stacy Mar for 29 months. Very interested to see the results tonight. Thank you, Ryan and Tanya, for all you do. Thank you very, very much for that. And we have Senior Carlos, member for 20 months. Hey, long time, no splash. LOL. Never thought I'd be hoping for a block win ever. I would like to go back to reality. This episode of Hell Sucks. Thank you. And Spark Spikes, member for 12 months. Why did the Liberals blame Polyev for not voting for things when the NDP was supporting them and that stuff was passed? Anyways, it's ridiculous. Because that's all they know how to do is blame the Conservatives and blame Stephen Harper. That's about it. So I was trying to explain to someone today that, you know, I'm half expecting, or maybe I'd said that yesterday, half expecting Mark Carney to start telling everybody that he was actually on Artemis 2 and that he single-handedly landed the capsule in the water. Mr. Grim Reaper, member for 23 months. You see the ballot in Turban, longest ballot committee, hard at work again. Yep. And we put out a video on that. But sucks to be the longest ballot because it was a write-in special ballot again. So no long ballot for you. Unfortunate for them. Great for the voters. And we have 10 Northern Perspective memberships dropped by Casper. Thank you very, very much, Casper. Great to see you. And we also have Van Shank Guitars, a member for 15 months. Hi, everybody. Well, welcome. Thank you very much. Construction Crony, great to see you, sir, for $20. Happy belated birthday, Mr. Vincent from the Conkles. Thank you very, very much. Much appreciated. H.D. Dave for $5. Carney's wife talking about the Davos speech being required to be read in universities is really a mask-off moment indication. Can say that again. And Josh Beeman for 3 months. Thanks you guys for bringing facts to Canadians versus Canadian or legacy media's lies. It is our pleasure to do so. And we have R.C. Lammer for $2. Sources say Polyev is taking over the global cabal. Oh, okay. And Jessica Van Luke for $7. Only 5 more days to get your Conservative membership to vote in the BC Conservative leadership race. There you go, folks. There you go. We have 2 minutes until the polls close. There's some weird characters that I'm seeing in chat now. Let's try to, it doesn't matter. Okay, we have, we're up to 4,000 viewers, folks, and 2,000 likes. Let's see what we can do about that. But I'm going to see where we are compared to, we're about tied with CBC. We're about tied with CBC. So, they have 4,100 watching. We have exactly 4,024. So we need more likes to bump us ahead of CBC so people jump on the Northern Perspective live stream so we can beat them. And that's how we get ahead of them. That's what the like button is for. Hit that like button like you hate the CBC. Okay. And we have John Gotti for $2. Am I crazy to think Avi has good talking points? It's going to be interesting. He sounded pretty crazy in the leadership race, but he's not doing too bad. So if he's smart, he might actually make some headway here. So let's keep our fingers crossed that Avi Lewis can siphon some of that support from Mark Carney, right? And Harman Singh for $2. So are we losing a lot of rights with Lib majority? That remains to be seen. There's obviously concern, but let's not throw everything out the window until we see what happens. The Rob roll for $5. Do you think Canada can bounce back from a Carney majority? 100%. 100%. It's just going to take time. But with the amount of hardworking people in this country, and with a proper agenda in the government by a common sense agenda, at the risk of, sounding like a conservative sloganeer, it's just reality. You just need common sense legislation. You don't need anything groundbreaking, just common sense. We can get back to where we were. Just going to be a long road. Immigrant Beaver for $5. I see the Liberal Party with looked like a exotic dancer hanging from the roof. Kind of joint were they at for an after party? Brian Lidley showed it. Yeah, so what ended up happening is the women's / Black Liberal Caucus went to a nightclub, and that's where they were. So it wasn't actually a part of the convention. We actually learned that today. We received some information on that, and it was a kind of like an after party that just decided to go to this nightclub. That's what this was all about. So, and to our knowledge, it wasn't someone who was an exotic dancer. It was more of an acrobatic type of display in the club. So, but just a very odd symbolism going on with them in the Liberal Party. It's just very, very strange to see that. Let's see. We have Jim Smith for $7. All the speakers at Liberal Convention were scary and crazy. They're off their rockers. Indeed. I'm just going to pause for a minute. The polls have now closed, folks. So let's get over here. And as the polls close, we're going to, all those ballots are going to start to be counted, and then these figures are going to slowly start rolling in as the polls start reporting and the results are validated and things start moving here. So I'm just going to leave this here, and we will see what ends up happening as the results come in. Doo-doo for $5. Remember, if BC flips Conservative, that will give Canada a united Western Front, which can slow Carney's agenda to a snail's pace or bypass Carney. Yep. A lot of good news and a lot of cooperation between the Western provinces can absolutely happen. And if Doug Ford has any type of sense in his head, he'll work with them to do that. So we have Leafer for life. Amount for 27 months. Off topic. Leafs are forgetting how to tank tonight. Oh no, don't tell me that. They're supposed to lose tonight. They have to lose their last 2 games. Terrebonne Hope Terrebonne goes block. Absolutely. Hather for $14. How do you think it's going to go with a write-in ballot, considering the Liberals have posted Mark Carney's name all over the place? Yeah, that point was raised earlier. It's going to be fascinating because that's not going to count. Because they're going to say, well, sorry, wrong person's name on the ballot. And this is going to be hilarious, folks, because remember, all we've been told by Liberal supporters since the floor crosser started is you vote for the person. I guess we'll see, won't we? And the Liberals have been trying to say that too. So imagine this goes to a judicial recount. And the Liberals are trying to argue that, oh, well, because they voted for Carney, that means they voted Liberal. Really? All you've been saying over the last 6 months is that you vote for the person, not the party. And Mark Carney's name is not on that ballot. So it's going to be very fascinating to see what ends up happening here. These are the types of things that can make a difference in an election this tight in Turbon. And we have Paula Ork for joining MP supporter. Welcome aboard. Diane Martin, member for 4 months. Thanks for covering this tonight. Happy birthday, Vincent, and hope Tawny feels better soon. Some nasty bugs out there. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. We got more likes, and now we're up to 4,500. Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's just see what CBC's at. CBC's just still a little bit ahead of us. So let's keep pounding that like button, folks, and see if we can get ahead of them. We're giving them a run for their money. And they have $1.7 billion more than we do. Alice Avonlea, good to see you dropping 5 memberships for everybody. Thank you very, very much for that. And Finley Entertainment for $7. Pretend that the like button is a fresh cow patty cream pie and you're tossing it at Carney. There you go. There you go. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Doo-doo for $5. Even if the Canada of old perishes, we the people will simply build a new Canada and close all loopholes abused by liberals. I love that attitude. I love that attitude, Doo-doo. And we have LD0991, member for 8 months, still hoping for a miracle and 1 or 2 of the liberal strongholds flips due to controversy and dislike of all the undemocratic floor crossing. That'd be nice. Would love that. Absolutely love that. And we have Cole Cadieux for $5. Hopefully I pronounced that properly. Does capital punishment have to come back for accountability for government positions? I think so. And we have Kefka Madman. Final Fantasy 3. Gotta love it. Or 6, depending on which numeric system you're following. Remember, for 6 months, just because crossing the floor is a legal act, that doesn't make it a moral one. Facts. Absolutely facts. And Grooveyard for $5. What's the difference between no affiliation and independent? I don't know if there is one. Oh, if you're talking about the candidates, it's probably just the way they entered them into the ballot. Leaf Busby for $5. Lost trust in the government over the integrity issues, and I'm not convinced any MPs are restoring public confidence or trust across party lines. Guess we'll see. Friendly Giant, missed the membership chat. Oh, goodness. That's YouTube being garbage. Let me see if I can go back to see any of this. Let's see. That was from... Sorry, folks, I want to try and make sure that I get everybody's membership chat here. Friendly Giant. Okay. Let me go back and see if I can find this. Oh. Okay. Tawny to the rescue. Imagine she has put it in here somewhere. Stand by. Stand by. It's on Discord. I'm trying to see where. Because I'm not seeing where. Friendly. I'm going to find this, Friendly Giant. Don't worry. What we got here? Oh, been a hot minute since I was on stream. Had to take a bit of a mental health break from the insanity we call Canada. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. See, I knew we'd get to the bottom of that. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, I wish we all could take a mental health break at some point, but here we are, unfortunately. Let's see. Next, we have Libby T, remember for 22 months, maybe the Liberal voters won't go out to thinking it's in the bag in Toronto ridings. That's possible. It's absolutely possible. Just going to refresh this to see if we have any results coming in yet. Takes a little bit after the polls close for everything to start reporting. So not yet. Not yet. Okay, we have Patch Juris for $10. In the past half-century, male feminists have proven to be to be Dutchins and essayers. Okay. Wouldn't be surprised about our former leader. Okay, I'm just going to move on from that one. Jim Ross for $10. Well, Carney suffering with only $500,000 on airplane food. So many Canadians in the same boat. Nice thing is every government in the world is following their lead. Said no government ever elbows exist. Right? And for those that don't know, that was Mark Carney's catering bill when traveling around the world. Over, I think it was like $514,000, something silly like that. But, you know, responsible and fiscal fiduciary responsibility there. Hell Knight JP, member for 7 months. Hope is the only thing the Liberals can't take or tax. I still hold my head high and will not give up the good fight for a better Canada. Amen to that. Absolutely. And we have Patch Juris with a $5 super chat. YouTube being really annoying with censorship. Had to edit my super several times. Yeah, YouTube is lots of fun. Let's just say that. RC Lammer for $5. Canada we knew is gone. The global bureaucratic gangster network is caught. Canada will be a republic. Politicians and bureaucrats are going to jail. We can hope. Wild Nature Studio dropping 1 membership. Thank you very much for that. Make sure if you end up getting a membership from these lovely people that you end up thanking them. The Immigrant Beaver Hades for $2. Should we smash the dislike button on the CBC? Be my guest. Alex Pittman for $14. The forest was shrinking, but the trees kept voting for the axe. For the axe was clever and convinced the trees. Because his handle was made of wood, he was one of them. Yeah, I've heard that one. That's a really good one. So, and we have Gwen H. Remember, for 14 months, political polls should be illegal because they only serve to influence voters who don't know who and what they are voting for. Yeah, that's one side of it. But at the other side, you're pretty much guessing what the rest of the country is thinking as well. There should be laws to ensure that they're accurate, and there should be a lot of things around them, in my opinion. Heartland 59, member for 8 months. Love this NP family. Absolutely. It's great to spend any evening with NP Nation. So, we're getting some results here. In the riding of Terrebonne, a irrelevant early lead for the Liberal Tatiana Auguste. So we're starting to get some results in. Ironically, from the riding that has the paper ballots. Ironically, so we'll see how this goes. 1 of 211 reporting in. So there's going to be a lot of polls that we're going to have to see before we end up being able to say whether or not they're going to be winning or not. So we will continue to monitor this throughout the evening, folks. We have Mega Jojo for 1912. Welcome to NP supporter. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is.
How?
So happy that Alberta won't have to put up with shenanigans after October 19th. I don't know if that's true. I think if that's what's being disseminated out there in terms of the Alberta referendum, that's not going to be the case. It's a long road. Even after a referendum. I'm not trying to put any downer on it, but I want to make sure to set everybody's expectations. This isn't you vote and then the next day it's over. So just want to make sure everyone's expectations are set. So, and Harman Singh for $5. We should keep fighting for a prosperous Canada, no matter the results in today's polls. Thanks, NP family, for standing tall for this beautiful country. Thank you, everybody, for standing with us. And then Nate for $2. Fight. Where have we heard that before, right? Definitely heard that before. What else do we have? Still no results from University of Rosedale. Still no results for Scarborough Southwest. And we still have 1 of 211 that is coming in from the riding of Terrebonne. Okay, so let's see what we got here. What else do we got here? Oh, got a little bit more data coming in. 2 of 211. Got about a 6-point gap, so that gap has fallen. Again, these early votes are fairly insignificant, so it's gonna be a little while until we actually get a significant amount of data to be able to give us any indication of what's actually going on. Jessica Van Luke for $7. Says people need to stop assuming that Alberta will be gone from Canada after October 19th. It's not, and never will. Our country needs their oil to succeed. And we have Mark Linkstead for $5. How's it going? Thank you for the super sticker. Well, I'll let you know in about an hour or so. And Senior Carlos for $2. Haven't the separatists heard of divide and conquer? And SLB Country Girl for $2.79. I can't send a member's chat message. You get you get a limited amount I think it's every month. So maybe you've already sent one. That's possible. That's possible. Let's see. Still showing Tatiana Augusta at 52.3%, and we're directly on the Elections Canada website, folks. So if there's any data from anywhere else, don't know where that is coming from, but this is the official results right here. So we'll see how this shakes out. See how it shakes out. Liberals are flooding vote offices, not a coincidence, after the Montreal Congress. Well, I know they were... I don't think it's a coincidence that they held their convention, what was it, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes from the Terrebonne riding? Cannot be coincidence at all. So we'll see. See how... see if all of their efforts end up bearing any fruit. It is kind of weird that the University of Rosedale and the Scarborough Southwest ridings do not actually have any results yet, which is fascinating considering everything going on. So, but I'm sure they'll come in relatively shortly. We're not really worried about those two, except if we can get a Christmas miracle. Come on. There we go. Oh, that's nice to see. Some more results coming in from Terrebonne. We're at what, 4 polls reporting now. And margin has dropped more. So I think we were at, I think it was as high as an 11-point margin. I think Natalie St. Clair Degani was at 42%, and Tatiana, I guess, was around 53%. So that's actually fallen. So the margin's now only at about 4.3%. Fascinating. Fascinating. Going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. I'm going to check the other websites here, because I want to see how this is kind of shaken out here. Yeah, still nothing for Scarborough Southwest, and still nothing for University of Rosedale. Bizarre. Now, just so everybody knows, Elections Canada counts all of these ridings, or supposed to. They count them all in parallel. Oh, check it out, folks. Wow. Another poll reported in, and that 4.3% lead dropped to 0.4. I'll take that. That's some excellent progress here. We'll see. People say the block is leading. Oh, yes, they are. What am I talking about? It was because it's red. Dummy, Ryan. So, that's even better. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. Thank you for correcting me. Anyway, still very early, folks. Very, 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 very early. But I will take a block lead any day. And for the sake of everything, I am hoping that she gets at least a couple thousand lead. I will even settle for a 1,500 vote lead. That way, there is no judicial recount, and then off it goes. But yeah, by one vote. By one vote. 138 to 137. So funny. Oh, okay. We have one poll in for Scarborough Southwest. Surprised nobody that it's already a vast majority lead for the Liberals in there. So there we go. All right, folks. If for nothing, we got a little bit to cheer about temporarily. We have Graham Finley Son Fife for $5. Ironic that the far left and far right live in the same alternate universe when it comes to Alberta separatism. And Ray Cota McClellan, October 19th is referendum to put question on next provincial ballot, not a leave now vote. People are tired of being punch bag, but we still have a long way to go. Yeah, and that's what I was basically trying to say there is, and even when there's a referendum, there's still a long way to go after that, if it's successful. So, so people need to be setting their expectations accordingly. And for $10, thank you very, very much. This is from Marnie Mack. At least we clearly understand why you shouldn't take political advice from a baker. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Still there. And still nothing from University of Rosedale. Is Christopher Freeland running this? Is that why it's so slow? Who knows? And -1-2 for $5. I'm in Quebec, and I can say that whether Bloc, Libs win in Terrebonne doesn't matter. Bloc has a record of almost always voting against Conservatives. I would challenge that on votes in the House, potentially, but not when it comes to supply votes. Like, the Bloc just about always votes against the government. I can't actually recall of a time where they voted with the government on the federal budget. They voted against the government this time as well. And they have been working with them in committee, despite the Justice Committee and C9 being a complete gong show. They have been working with them in other committees for votes in committees, and there's been many times this parliamentary session where the Bloc has voted with the Conservatives. So I would challenge that a little bit. So, but when it comes to legislation in the House, like just legislation, I grant you that they do vote against the Conservatives on a lot of issues, 100%. So let's see what else we got. Still at just those same polls being reported. Still nothing, University of Rosedale. Come on. We know you guys can do it. Two votes for Conservative Adrian Charles. So far, looks like they're, well, it depends on which regions these are coming in. But if this is indicative at all, there may be some strategic voting going on in the riding of Terrebonne. Eugene Bombaco, good to see you. For $14, well, it won't be long. I can't see the Liberals maintaining this charade for 3 years. Well, they will certainly try, but their caucus is going to be pulling apart because of the type of people that they've actually imported ideologically. It's going to be a mess. And if they don't have good people management there, and we know Carney is not a good people manager because he's never had to do it, and I don't know a single person who has been able to walk into a people management position and just be good at it. You can be okay, but nobody's good at it off the hop because there's so much you need to learn. You need to learn about behavior and psychology, whether you like it or not. There's a lot of nuance to being a good people manager. Rabbit says for $5, this feels weird regarding Scarborough Southwest and University of Rosedale. Go NDP. I mean, unless somehow the cons get a win either. Yeah. And RC Lemmer for $5. Long live the Maple Leaf and Canadian people who built the infrastructure since 1867. Canada must deport. If Jesus isn't Canada's God, we don't exist. Just be Nicole for $5. Can a budget still be somehow voted down when there is a majority? No. Well, not if all of the people in the majority party vote for the budget. There's not a way for it to fall. And same thing for confidence votes. So unless people in the Liberals end up voting with the opposition, you won't see confidence motions being brought forth by the opposition unless it's for a symbolic vote. But there will still be confidence votes because remember, every supply vote, aka every vote that involves money, is automatically a confidence vote. Just recall that. And Akiro Acro for $10. Thank you, NP. The truth will win. Yeah. The truth always wins. Just takes time in some cases. So, let's see. 2 of 188 polls reporting. Oh, well, they dropped by 3%. I'll take that. I'll take that. Just waiting on these polls to roll in. And we'll see what ends up happening. So, just to recall, projection is 42-41. I expect this 13% to be quite low. And it's funny because if the Bloc wins and the Conservative vote portion drops way down, what you're going to hear on legacy media is, oh, look, this is indicative that people don't believe in the Conservatives in Quebec anymore. No, this is indicative that all the people in Quebec that voted Conservative in the federal election put country over themselves and voted for the Bloc. As distasteful as that would be, they voted for the candidate for the party to deprive the Liberals of one more seat. This is a significant race tonight, folks, and I think I don't need to tell everybody that. I think everybody obviously knows that. At this point, every seat that we can keep away from the Liberals, the better. -1-2 for $5. Carney is playing a dangerous game by granting all this money to the floor crosser ridings. Aren't regular Liberal MPs going to start blackmailing? And it's a valid point. And what you're going to start to see is probably that. And this is where it's going to get very difficult to manage that caucus, because you may start getting people say, I'm not going to vote for this. I'm going to vote against this this confidence vote here if you don't give me money for my riding. That's what this could turn into. All of a sudden, every single Liberal MP has the potential to make Mark Carney bow to their knees. And I don't think he's going to like that at all. So we'll see what happens. Because if you're one of these Liberal MPs and you've been in caucus and you've been doing what you're told for the last year, your riding hasn't seen any money yet, all of a sudden these Conservative MPs come over, the people that you've been ridiculing, criticizing, and demonizing for, in some cases, over 10 years. Now they come over to your party and they immediately get money in their riding and you don't? You think that's going to go over well in Liberal caucus? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. University of Rosehill, still nothing. Still nothing. But very good point, -1-2. And Greg Bendis for $5. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much. We try. We try. Doodlebog for $5. I hate to say this, but with these floor crossings, the CPC is starting to feel like a controlled opposition. I feel tired and defeated. I understand that. And there's good reason. But it's also what they want you to think. And in all the conversations and all the relationships that we built within the conservative caucus, we wouldn't be doing this if they gave us any indication that that's what was actually going on. So that's just our word there. Whiffers SS for $10. But couldn't Carney's inner circle keep order in that big tent? Fear is a powerful motivator. That's how Justin was able to hold on for as long until he could not. But fear of what? Right? Fear of what? What is Mark Carney going to threaten them with? They all know this political game, and they know that Mark Carney needs them more than they need Mark Carney. Especially if you're one of these backbencher MPs. What's he going to do? He's not going to kick you out. He kicks you out. That's one seat closer to not having a majority again. So the dynamics are going to flip really, really fast after tonight, and it's going to be really, really interesting to see how the voting dynamics changes as well. To -1-2's point, there might be some blackmailing going on inside the Liberal Party. Lazarus for $5. What a wild time to be alive. We're all here cheering for the bloc of all parties, right? Wild times. I think it would blow their minds to know that we're cheering. I don't know, because after the proc committee meeting that I was in, I ended up chatting with the bloc MP that was questioning me, and she was very friendly, very nice. And I ended up saying, hey, just so you know, like, we actually cover committee a lot on the channel, and we have a lot of respect for the bloc MPs. We don't agree with your platform and the politics, but we have a lot of respect for the capabilities of the bloc and the MPs, and a lot of our listeners do as well. So in some sense, they do know. And she is I believe the deputy leader of the bloc, and I want to make sure I give her the respect of calling her by name. So please just stand by. So yes, her name is MP Christine Normandin. She's the MP for Saint Jean in Quebec. Really, really nice lady. So yeah, they may know. They may know. Looks like the counting slowed down. We have Shiraj, I think, for $5. Can Pierre achieve a stalemate in the House of Commons like we did with Trudeau? Only if the opposition outnumbers the government, and only if all the opposition parties and MPs stick together like they did. That was the funny thing. When the SDTC scandal was going on, and you ended up having that stalemate in that months-long filibuster, which had never happened in the history of the House of Commons. You had both the Bloc and the NDP criticizing the Conservatives for the filibustering, but they would do nothing to stop it. Either of them could have joined with the Liberals to end the debate, but they didn't. So they used that opportunity to criticize the Conservatives, but allow the filibuster continue because it was in their interest to do so. So that was the hilarious thing about that whole situation. I would say is for $2. Hopefully Barnaby's new girl wins. Go Bloc, right? Inside joke for folks on that one. Come on, here we go. Still nothing from University of Rosedale. It's been half an hour, guys. What are you doing? Actually, well, Krista Freeland says that she rode her bike everywhere, right? She takes the subway and she rides the bike, despite the fact that she actually took a plane to Ottawa like 2 or 3 times a week. Anyway, my point is maybe they're transporting all the ballot boxes by bicycle, if you want to believe Krista Freeland. That's definitely a possibility. Oh, we got a little bit more data in the Scarborough Southwest riding. So Dolly Begum is at 107 votes, 68.2%. The NDP, Fatima Shaban, which is ironic because Dolly Begum was provincial NDP. For those of you that may not have known that. So Fatima Shaban is at 17 at 10.8%, and the Conservatives, Diana Filipova at 10.2%. So this is what the projections were, or the results were in the 2025 election, and this is what the projection is, 64% to 17 to 14. Now, if we do end up seeing the NDP gain more of a vote share, I'll take that as a win, folks, because that means that the NDP may be starting to actually claw back some of that vote share in the ridings that we need them to, which is the urban ridings, right? The urban ridings where people typically vote left, we just need them to vote very far left for the NDP and Abbey Lewis. Drassel 3243 for $5. Someone told me the other day that the CPC would have more votes if the Bloc never existed. I'm doubtful of that statement. What do you think? I actually agree with that. And the reason why is, although the Bloc ideologically votes against a lot of the Conservative or disagrees with the Conservatives on a lot of the legislation, the Bloc ideologically, just on the political spectrum, lean more conservative than they do to the left. So for the actual voters in Quebec, I think that they would probably vote Conservative if the Bloc did not exist at all. But who knows? That's a hypothetical that's very, very hard to predict because it relies on trying to interpret hypothetical motivations of folks in a hypothetical that is impossible to actually take place. It's an interesting thought experiment, but they could just as well go the other way for the environmental reasons that the Bloc support and the Liberals allegedly support. Right now, the Liberals allegedly support pro-choice, not pro-choice, conversion therapy, not conversion therapy. They support basically everything. But Marilyn Gladue will have you believe that, oh yeah, everything that I had fought for and spoke out about and demonized the Liberals for the last 10 or 11 years, yeah, now I'm voting with them on everything. As of March 25th, she put out a post saying how much the Liberals are bad people for C9 And she's like, the fight will continue. Well, yeah, the fight will continue. Now she's on the other side of the fight. Now she supports C9. It's gross. Paula Park, good to see you, for $2.79. Nobody voted in university elections. Can you imagine? Just nobody voted. I'll have to have another by-election after. Still waiting for another update on the Terrebonne riding. Got a bit more data here for the Scarborough Southwest riding. And Scarborough Southwest, this is what the projection is based on the polls. So we'll see how off they are. Let's see. We have Damien McNeil for $5. You're wondering why the votes are not coming in from University of Rosedale. They are busy storing the boxes in a Brookfield warehouse. Yeah, they got to go pick them up from Bermuda, right? Myron Ends for $5. Krista Freeland did not ride a bike anymore than she used her 5 gym memberships, right? She did get pulled over, though, in that on that one traffic stop. And Gothic Blonde for 22 months, I'm going to lose my mind if Dolly Begum crosses the floor of the NDP after she's sworn in. Can you imagine? That would be fantastic. It would be, well, let me reset myself. It would be funny, but I still wouldn't agree with it. Because the folks that elected her elected a liberal. It would be ironic, and it would be interesting to see what the liberals then had to say about floor crossing. But that would be a blatant betrayal of the liberal voters, just the same as it is a blatant betrayal for the conservative voters. But it would be funny. Just because of how the floor crossing is played out. Rouse A's for $5. But, how do I vote for my CCP candidate? No, not the Canadian Communist Party. A different party. We stuffed extra ballot boxes and everything regarding University of Rosedale. Yeah, that's funny. Still, come on, Elections Canada. You can do it. You can do it. Oh, YouTube crashed on me. There we go. And but for those that may not have seen it, what we will do is I'm going to take everybody to Melissa Lantzman earlier today. And if you hadn't watched Question Period, she took Pierre's spot as the lead questioner, and she did a really good job going after Champagne about gas prices. So let me take you there.
Oral questions, questions orales, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Anybody going to the gas station right now knows that the prices are simply out of control. Today, a litre of gas in Ontario is $1.70, and in BC, it's over $2. You don't just pay for fuel at the pumps. You pay an excise tax of 10 cents, a fuel standard of 7 cents going to 17 cents, and a GST on all of that. All of those are just federal taxes, adding up to 25 cents on every litre. Liberal taxes have turned a bad situation into a tax grab for the government. Will they adopt the Conservative plan and suspend all of those gas taxes today?
The Honourable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we won't take lessons from these Conservatives. We are very, very aware of the situation, Mr. Speaker. We have been following this issue. Let me remind them that there's something called a conflict in the Middle East going on, Mr. Speaker. We're watching the situation. We had a meeting with our federal, provincial, territorial colleagues just last week, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians know that we are always there to support them in difficult times.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
There are some things the government can control, and there are many things that it should control. For the Liberal government, the pain at the pump isn't a coincidence. It's actually actually a policy choice. It's up to them now how much tax goes on every liter of gas. That sits at 25 cents. But they could make it 0 cents by adopting our Conservative plan. While they delay, Canadian families suffer with an extra 20 bucks every time they fill up. The Prime Minister has been looking at it while Canadians have been paying for it. When does he plan on doing something other than just monitoring the situation?
The Honourable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, we have done a lot, and let me remind the colleagues, because it's Monday, the first thing that we have done was to lower taxes for 22 million Canadians. Well, just talk to your constituent. They will tell you, my friend. Just ask your constituent. They will tell you, Mr.
It must go through the speakership. We've had 2 weeks break, but it feels like people have forgotten a lot about the House of Commons. The Minister.
You know, it's all about emotion and passion in this House, Mr. Speaker. One thing that I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that the first thing we did under this government, Mr. Speaker, has been to lower tax for 22 million Canadians. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, we were there for Canadians with respect to grocery. We have been there to help them with childcare. We have been there to help them with pharmacare. We're there to help them with dental care.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
The minister won't stand up and give a clear answer. In fact, he won't even talk about gas prices, and it's very easy to see why. Oil prices aren't hurting this government. They're actually funding the government, because with every $10 of increase in oil prices, the Liberals get $2 billion more in tax revenue. That means Liberals are collecting a generational windfall at the pumps, while Canadians pay more for everyday essentials. I'll give the minister some more practice, and I'll ask him very slowly, will he suspend the out-of-control gas taxes and return the $5 billion to the people that paid for it?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Let's suppose for a moment, Mr. Speaker, that there is a generational windfall. I know what the Conservatives wouldn't spend it on. They sure wouldn't spend it on training for young people, because they voted against that. They sure wouldn't spend it on building the kind of infrastructure that communities need while creating great paying union jobs, because they voted against that. They sure wouldn't spend it on student food programs or an affordable early learning and childcare program that's saving Ontario families $16,000 per year per child, because they voted against that. So what would they spend any kind of tax earnings on? Not Canadians.
Not Canadians. Not Canadians. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Never mind the fact that Champagne starts with, I don't know if they've paid attention, but there's a war going on in Iran. Well, yeah, that's why they're talking about the gas tax, which all these other countries that you're allegedly in a middle power alliance with, they all dropped their gas taxes, but you haven't. And this is why they're bringing it up. So, all right, folks, we're back to some additional results that have come in. So Scarborough Southwest, Dolly Begum is down to 66% now. 245 votes for her, and 12.2%, 45 votes for Diane Filipova. Still very early. And University Rosedale is finally counting some votes now. So they started at 72%, dropped all the way down to 61, which is not surprising, given the early period in which the results are coming in. So we'll see what happens. But the other thing is, I know that the Conservatives didn't throw a lot into these races, and I'm wondering if the reason for that might be that they are really hoping that the lead that their MPs get kind of prompts Mark Carney to listen to the little devils in his ear and say, okay, let's go to an election and see what happens. I'm wondering if that's what they're kind of doing by this. So we'll see. See what happens. Lee Busby for $2. LPC is looking pretty Maple MAGA these days, right? So is it time to start calling them Maple MAGA, or MAGA Maple, or MAGA Maple MAGA? I don't know. And Shiraj for $5. Oh, sorry. Jay Don for $5. Freeland Squeaker or Champagne Plug Nose. Whose voice is more annoying? I can't decide. Keep up the great work, brother. Thank you very much. Without a doubt, Christopher Freeland. Without a doubt. I can listen to Champagne all day versus Christopher Freeland. Champagne is funny when he talks. Christopher Freeland is just annoying, in my opinion. So I would take that, no hesitation. And Shiraj for $5. I am hoping that Gladue is playing a long game. Get money for her riding and then step down in retirement. Gift of liberals questioning their values. Yeah. And Ravi says for $2. Patty Haidu looks like when you drive over a frog. I guess that's one way to put it. Okay. Got a bit of an update here. Scarborough Southwest down to 67. God, they've caught up and they've passed the Terrebonne ones. Maybe this is where the actual paper ballots start to come into play. So we will see what happens. RC Lemmer for $2. Tired of living in Canada's outhouse basement. I'm just glad that right now we're in a conservative riding. It was kind of a cruel joke because at the beginning of 2025, we were still in a... No, sorry. 2024. Beginning of 2024. We were in a conservative riding. And then the riding boundaries changed in April of, I think, 2024. So then we were technically in a Liberal riding as of the next election because Chad Collins was the member of Parliament for Hamilton East Stony Creek. So we were technically in a Liberal riding. And then the election happened, and then we ended up back in a Conservative riding. So, but I know there's a lot of people out there that don't have such fortune as being in the riding of a Conservative member of Parliament. So the Immigrant Beaver Hades for $5. Does Patty Haidu speak for the one union person at their convention? Guess she speaks for, well, 0 union people, LMFAO. She's a blank, fill in the blank. She's a blank, fill in the blank. Yeah. You could definitely say that again. So, we need some more results here, folks. Let's go. Let's go, Elections Canada. More results in for Scarborough Southwest. Pretty much a no doubt here. We got a little bit of a vote split here between the NDP and the Conservatives. 18.2% to 15.4%. So let's go back to University of Rosedale and the polls. So NDP at 14%, CPC at 17%. So that's what the polls predicted. That's the aggregate. So in theory, this should be further down. If we're if David Coletto Abacus is correct, and it is further down. So, but still not nearly enough. Only 3.2% polling stations are reporting in. We got 5.3% in here, and we're still stuck at 138 votes over here. And just a like update, folks. So we're at 5,317 viewers and 4,278 likes. Oh, my apologies, 5,400 viewers. So thank you very much. If you're just joining, please make sure you hit that like button. It pops us up in the rankings, and we're trying to beat viewership over at CBC. Whether that's going to happen is going to be another story, but we're going to make a good run of it. That's for sure. So here we go. We have Carmageddon for $5. Forget all the American that you know. Start learning Chinese. maybe Canada's official third language if things keep going the way they're going. That's what people are suggesting. 62.1% now. 6 polls reporting in. Daniel Martin and Don Hodgson at 17.3%. Again, University of Rosedale. If things were to stop right now, Conservatives would be right on target. Be interesting if the Conservatives didn't throw a lot of resources at, and that's what they got. What does that say? But if they did throw more resources at, that's the question. So, but Scarborough Southwest is not supposed to be close. Neither is University of Rosedale. But the gap is supposed to be larger in University of Rosedale than it is Scarborough Southwest. And that technically isn't the case right now. So we'll see what happens. Man, taking a long time to count these ballots. I think there was a question earlier I saw someone was asking if Dominion voting machines are counting these. So for those that may not know, if this is your first election, there are 0 electronic voting counters or voting machines in the federal election. Everything is by paper ballot. You either take your ballot and you check off the candidate that you want, or if it's the case as is in the Terrebonne riding, it is a named ballot where you are supposed to write in the... Oh, that's good news, folks. That's really good news. You write in the name of the person that you want. Either way, it is a paper ballot and it is hand counted. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had an update, significant update. A couple more polls coming in, and Natalie St. Clair Deganier has increased her lead from 1 vote to 61. She's increased her lead by a factor of 60. I'll take it. I will take it. So, a lot can happen. One poll can change all of that, but let's just enjoy what we have in front of us, folks. 100%. And let's just go back to the projections here. So, projections, 42%, 41%, and 13%. This is going to be the number I'm most interested in seeing. If this number is through the floor, that tells me there's a lot of conservative voters in Terrebonne that have said, you know what? We're not going to win this one. But my enemy is my friend, and we need to vote against the Liberals. So strategic votes would have gone on there. So that's going to be the interesting part here. And based on the early polls, that's what has happened so far. So at the end of tonight, if Natalie St. Clair Deganier wins and we see the vote percentage by the Conservatives very, very low, the Bloc can get down on their hands and knees and thank the voters in the riding of Terrebonne for voting Conservative. So it will be very interesting if that does indeed happen. But this is why politics is fascinating, folks. It's literally another sport. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Dropped to 59.9%. Now, it's still a big lead. But look at this. NDP at 15.5%. We're still really early. We'll see if that becomes a factor. Very interesting. See how far down this falls. Scarborough Southwest doing what we expected at Scarborough Southwest. Very interesting. I'm pleasantly surprised. I think we were all hopeful, but again, so if the count ended right now, folks, this would go to a judicial recount because it's less than. I think the rule is less than 1% or less than 2% of the electorate. If the difference is less than 1%, then it goes to an automatic recount, and then and it goes to a judicial recount. So we will see how this ends up playing out, but hopefully we get some more results a little quicker than we have been getting them. In the Scarborough Southwest, so this was at 69%, falls to 66%. Where was the NDP before? So the NDP in the 2025 election, Scarborough Southwest was at 5%. In 2021, they were at 16%. So these ridings are going to be a litmus test on a couple of different things. Because if the NDP can make some gains in Liberal strongholds, that may be indicative of where the NDP may make gains in other areas of the country as well. Do they siphon off some more of the Liberal vote? That's going to be the interesting question when it comes to a lot of this, folks. So, still waiting on some more coming into Terrebonne. Okay. So. Okay. Let me go back here and see if I'm behind at all. I think I am. Apologies, folks. We have Jessica Francis for $7. Thank you very, very much. Evan Solomon said they won't be proroguing Parliament, CTV. Well, they won't need to. Right? They won't need to. They're going to win Scarborough Southwest. They're going to win in University of Rosedale. So they have enough votes to pass a motion to change the committee composure. So they won't need to prorogue. They would if they only won one of the two Toronto ridings and they lost Terrebonne. Then they would need to prorogue. Because recall, in the case of a tie, 171 and 171, so 171 Liberals vote, 171 opposition members vote, the Speaker breaks the tie. The Speaker only votes to break a tie. But the way it works is that when it comes to votes, when it comes to legislation, when it comes to budget votes and things like that, the Speaker will typically vote with his party. Doesn't have to, but he basically votes always with his party. When it comes to votes that are related to motions and the standing rules, that's different. The Speaker is expected not to vote with the party, but to vote with status quo. So what would that mean? If the Liberals had 171 seats at the end of tonight, and they put forth a motion in order to change the composure of committee, and the opposition voted 171, status quo is what the committees are set up like now. So the Speaker would be expected to vote with the opposition on it. So that is the case where they would actually have to prorogue if they wanted to change the committee outcomes. So it's the difference between convention and when it comes to voting on the standing rules and procedure in the House versus voting for an actual bill. So, Capitalist Spy for 279. The bloc was a split from the Progressive Conservatives. Well, they are a separatist party, so so if they were a split, then there you go. F. Hawk for $10. The Conservative EDA of Calgary Confederation should rally their members to write Corey Hogan and demand the firearms buyback program cease and desist immediately. Sure. It's a terrible program. 100% a terrible program. And any protest is a good protest when it comes to that. And I'm not a gun owner. Carmageddon for $5. The Liberals thinks you have more in common with the Chinese than the Americans do. No. No, I do not. Just saying. University of Rosedale. So Daniel Martin got a jump. So she's back up to 65.8. Dolly Begum is at 805, at 66.5. Whoa, there we go. There we go, folks. Lead increasing. Lead increasing in Terrebonne. That's what we love to see, folks. 100%. So that went from a 1-vote lead to a 61-vote lead to now we're at a 231-vote lead. That's good. And look at this. This is the number that I'm watching. This is still at 2% down here. This is what it polled as. That is interesting. So 10% is missing from this, right? So that means about 300 votes. 300 votes are missing from the Conservatives that were expected to be there at this point in time. So the Bloc, if that's what's going on, they decide to vote for the Bloc just out of strategic voting. That means that those Conservative voters are responsible for the Bloc leading right now. Ooh. Now the gap closed, so probably a little bit more liberal leaning ended up coming into play. Still ahead by around 70 votes. See what happens. See what happens. 1800 here, 67.7, 66.7. These are pretty much going to be a lock. They're going to be called relatively soon, I think. How many polls do we have reporting? 15 of 211. So we will see. Got some more results coming in for Scarborough Southwest, 67%, 1,000 votes. We have 1,800, still 67.7% up here, University of Rosedale. So, why are we blocking chat? We're not blocking chat. Not sure what you're referring to. We're not blocking chat. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have here? Warren the Predator. Great to see him. I'm for 5 months. Unfortunate that Liberals are likely to get a majority, but hopefully they make the same mistake. A Conservative win next time. We hope. We can hope. And we have Lynn Power for $20. MSM won't say it, but other than Ma, the floor crossers had been in opposition for 10 years. Thought they were going to win. Did not, so want to close out their careers in government with the perks they were offered. I'm 100% confident that that's what happened. And that's what we've been hearing. People were disgruntled. People want to feel important. People are thinking, well, maybe I'm going to retire. But Chris D'Entremont, everything that we've heard is that he was ticked off that he didn't get to be Speaker of the House, because what ends up happening is in caucus, they, there you go, Natalie, get up there. Back up to a 300 vote lead. That's good. That's good. I'll take that, folks. Some good news. How many, we're at 20 polls reporting. That's good. Keep going. But what happens in caucus is at the beginning of Parliament, or right before Parliament begins in a new session, new government, they have party votes inside caucus of who they want to actually be running for Speaker. And Chris D'Entremont, I think, thought that he'd be a shoo-in because he'd already been deputy speaker. And he was hoping to be actual speaker for the House. And he was not voted to be speaker. So rather than not have him, suffer the humiliation, they allowed him to stand up in the House and say that he's withdrawing his name. Because the way it works is every MP is considered as a candidate for Speaker of the House unless you opt out. So you have to opt out, otherwise by default you're in. So even Pierre Poilievre technically is a candidate for Speaker of the House, but he opts out, right? So, but we heard that D'Entremont was really, really ticked off that the own democratic process in the Conservative Party that didn't go in his favor, he got mad, and so he went over to the Liberals. That's basically why he went over. That's what we've been told. So because the democratic system didn't work in your favor, you want to undermine that and change it. Sounds like Liberals to me, folks. Due to for $10, if Liberals only walk away with a hair-thin majority, it's a win because Carney will show his arrogance because he has no clue about politics, which will be his downfall. Bingo. I completely agree with you. And the fewer seats he has, the harder it's going to be to people manage, and the more people become that swing vote to become potentially that blackmailing liberal person. So, Myron ends for $2. Chris can cry us a wambulance. Right? Well, because really, yeah, it's something else. I want to see if my memes work on this one.
What is it that you do?
Memes work just fine. Just fine. And Damien McNeil for $5. What are the counts for the people running under the longest ballot crew? Oh, well, if you want to see all the zeros, I can show you all the zeros. Still showing a lead for the block at around 264. It's going to be a tight race. Mostly zeros and a few ones. So that's what's going on. Now, the Conservative percentage is creeping up a little bit, so we will see. There's different pockets of the ridings that end up voting more for one party than the other. So we'll see what happens. The Rhinoceros Party, this is this guy, Mark Mutter. This is the guy that was actually on CBC. When he went on CBC, and everybody thought he was Thomas Shukevich. This is that blonde young man that went on CBC to talk to wow, I can't even remember his name. It's probably because he's been gone for so long. I think he's back tonight. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That's funny. I'm just probably pretty tired of live stream last night, live stream tonight. And we have no, Damien McNeil, you're already there. Excellent. We're up to 5,700 viewers, 4,900 likes. Welcome everybody to Northern Perspective's live coverage of the by-elections in Canada right now that will result in Mark Carney's majority. And I think there's not going to be a lot of people happy about that afterwards. And you'll notice, pay special attention if you have the stomach, of mainstream media, or legacy media, whatever we want to call them, state-run media. We've been noticing that they've been saying, polling shows that 53% of Canadians want a majority government. Really? I'm pretty sure that's not true. Or polling shows that the majority of Canadians want to join the European Union. Polling shows the Canadians are okay with floor crossers. They're trying to make everybody think it's okay. They're trying to normalize it. So we saw a lot of that today. There we go. back up to over a 300 vote lead. Gotta like that. 25 of 211 remaining. It's nice to see. Hopefully that lead increases. We get some breathing room in here, folks. David McNeil for $2. Thanks for showing all the zeros. Yeah. If they end up doing another study, maybe I'll go back to committee and talk about it some more. So 7,481 votes there. I'm going to actually look up the results of the previous election. Let's see, Wikipedia. Terrebonne riding. Okay, so in the 2025 federal election, 61,000 people casted ballots. We're not going to get 60. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. Depends. I don't know if we're going to get 61,000 people voting tonight. We'll see. But the number of electors on the list has increased by 2,000. Well, not 2,000. My apologies. 1,400. People moving around, immigration, what have you. Well, people have become citizens, I should say. University of Rosedale at 65%. NDP at 18%. That holds. That's going to be significant, folks. The NDP gained some ground in a Liberal-held riding. Doesn't matter for the result in that riding, but could matter elsewhere. So we'll see how that actually plays out. Let's go back to some administrative items. Here we go. So we got JJ Hook for $5. Thank you very, very much. 20 years, we had a Conservative MP in Sarnia, but Gladue is a traitor since 2006. Maybe that opens up Pierre to run in that riding. Who knows? Because he's said that he's not going to be running in Battle River Crowfoot in the next election. Rob W. for $5. Thank you very much. Conservatives should embrace the Liberals' majority. If Liberals will do nothing, and hopefully Canadians will really wake up the next election. Oh, I think that's what's going to happen. I think the Conservatives are going to be pointing out to non-reckless abandon that the Liberals have accomplished nothing and will accomplish nothing with this Liberal majority. And this is the catch, because once Mark Carney has his majority, as slim as it may be, there's no excuse anymore. There wasn't even an excuse before. But now they can't blame it on anybody. The only possible way that they'd be able to maintain an excuse is actually if they don't change the committee composition. That'd be the only way. But why would you do that if you have a majority in the House? Why would you leave a minority in committee? If only for that excuse. So, and hidden in plain sight for $7. Watch the grandstanding with majority. They'll make me sick. Yeah, it's going to be insufferable. So, still got that 330 odd point lead. Well, we'll take it. Curdy for $100. Thank you very, very much for that, Curdy. Bless Northern Perspective, and happy birthday to Vincent, sending love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. And I will pass that along to Tanya, but I'm sure she heard that. And Rob Kamen for 28 months. Thanks for sticking with us all this time. I refer to Canadian mainstream media, especially the CPC, as Pravda, the Soviet state media. They don't tell you information. They tell you what to think. Rabu Sadie is for $10. They pulled the guy tied up in Freeland's basement. And Tail in the Dark for $14. Hi, Ryan. What's your theory in the coming months from Carney securing his majority? Could we see his downfall? I think he's going to have a lot of problems. I think he's going to have problems from people that don't agree with him securing his majority through floor crossing. To Vashi's credit, she put out a short earlier today, and she did not say that, oh, the Liberals will secure their majority through the by-elections. No, it was as a result of the floor crossing. So I give her credit there. But I think he's going to have problems people managing. I think he's going to have problems with the vastly different ideological positions in that party. What happens when you have some of these votes that actually come up in Parliament? You can say that, sure, we're going to all vote in this direction. And you can say that, sure, yeah, I'm going to vote with the Liberals. Yeah, you know, of course you're going to say that. You want them to actually take you into their party. But what happens when a vote actually comes into play that you very much disagree with? There's going to be some tension, and there's going to be some struggle within that caucus. I guarantee it. There's already Liberal people outside of the caucus and inside that are saying, I don't really like this. What is our party becoming? And they're going to start to get worried about what that means in the next election as well, the closer that it gets. There's a lot of explaining that they can't do as to what the Carney government has done up to this point. So, I think in the short term, yeah, he's going to get his majority. But in the long term, I still don't know if the government is going to go until 2029. Especially if the Bloc are able to hold on and maintain the seat. Now, some people may say, well, you know, there's going to be more floor crossers. I've said earlier, bring it on. Go ahead, cross the floor. I want to know who the real conservatives actually are. Get rid of the traitors. Get rid of these people that completely disregard the will of their constituents. Get them out. And if you're too cowardly to put up your hand and say, yeah, that's me, then be quiet and be a conservative the way you were elected to be. But if they end up taking more floor crossers, that's going to dilute the identity and the brand of the Liberal Party even more. It's kind of like when you have a flailing company and they end up merging with another company. And the identity and the brand of the originating company starts to get messy. You don't really know who's in charge anymore. And then there's a lot of push and pull from people that actually work in those companies. If you've ever been in a company that has gone through a merger and acquisition and you've been acquired, it's not fun. Not fun at all. What ends up happening is you have your way of doing things and you may think it's the right way. And then you have this other company that comes in and acquires you, and they start putting in all their technology and all of their methodology and their processes, and you're thinking, this is the most stupid thing I've ever seen in my life. And you start challenging it, and you're saying, this doesn't make sense to me. Thank you very much. We need to do it our way. And you end up getting a lot of friction as a result of it, right? That's similar to what can happen if the Liberals start bringing over more and more MPs, especially from the Conservatives. It's going to be a problem. Okay, so we have a 230-point lead now for the Bloc. So the lead is fluctuating up and down, but it's still a lead nonetheless. So fingers crossed. And again, this isn't really going up that much, right? So we're expecting to be around 13%. So there's about 10%. This is supposed to be at around 13%, right? So the missing 10% is roughly 800 votes. That's going to end up being very significant, folks. If the Bloc end up holding on to this, and this is the percentage that we're looking at from the Conservative voters out there, the Conservative voters will be responsible for the Bloc getting that seat. Fascinating. Markov for $5. What are these people voting for Libs? Are they not aware that Carney is a tyrant by now? What planet are they on? They're not paying attention. They don't watch House of Commons. They don't watch what he's doing. They don't watch what he's saying. Remember, at the end of last election, 43% of Canadians, based on a poll by Abacus, 43% of Canadians made an uninformed vote. They had no idea who people were. Some people just ask their buddy, who should I vote for? Well, I'm going to vote for this party. Okay, I guess I'm going to vote for them as well. It's crazy. And for those that remember, I put out a short during the last election in 2025. And I made the point that people spend more time researching what phone or what TV or what car they're going to buy than making a decision which can have far-reaching consequences and change their entire life, which is who is in your government. And they'll rely on somebody saying, what are you doing? Well, I'm doing this. Okay, I'll just do that. I don't know a single person. It's mainly dudes, but I don't know a single person, man or woman, that when they're buying a car and they say, hey, so what car should I buy? Well, I have this car. Okay, I'll just buy that one. And then they go buy a brand new car. I don't know anybody who does that. So this is why they're voting for them. Oh, that shrunk. That shrunk a lot. No, we'll see how it goes. As I said, it's really early. 35 of 211 polls. So this is going to go down to the end, folks. This may go up and down and up and down. May go down to the end. Let's just see how it turns out. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Can Parliament at whole please stop playing games with Canadians' lives? All these floor crossings are gross. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And that would be nice, wouldn't it? And this is hidden in plain sight. Thank you very much for $28. I guess the good side to this is they are sifting themselves into who they really are for the world to see. They will eat each other. Love you guys. Thank you for all your heart and encouragement. Absolutely. It's part of our job description here at Northern Perspective is to make sure that people understand all of the potentials that can go on. And there's a lot of good that can come out of some of this stuff. And the immigrant Beaver Hades for $2. Ryan, we got bought by Tenaris. Policy is a mess at the moment. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It sucks. It sucks. Especially when you have to rewrite all your policy. You have to relearn it. You have to take all their training. And especially when you're asked to do the wrong thing. Like when you're forced to do terrible process. It's soul-sucking when that happens. And that's why a lot of people end up leaving of their own volition in mergers and acquisitions. You hope that there's some sort of retirement or leave incentive. Then you can take advantage of that so you don't lose your soul and get completely jaded in that process. So I get it. I get it. Good luck to you and everybody there. Warren the Predator for $7. To clarity, Liberals never learn and don't change, which was almost their downfall last election under JT before he ran away. Well, and already you can see all of the arrogance that is going on. Yeah, expected that to happen. So right now the Liberal is up by about 60 votes. So we'll see how this plays out. And you see the arrogance of Mark Gerritsen, and you see the arrogance of Champagne, and it's going to get worse, and we will see. We will see how the Canadian electorate responds to that level of arrogance, because allegedly they had a problem about that with Pierre Poilievre, and now you're going to see a switch. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. And they are going to show us all of their true colors. And the hubris is going to be oozing out of them. Carmageddon for $5. I love your channel. Please let your viewers know not to despair. Carney is justified in fearing Trump. Have patience. There you And Sean for 279. Why aren't Conservative MPs exposing bribes offered to Cross? So, I talked a little bit about this last night, and ended up covering this in that most of the Conservatives that have been talked to haven't been offered anything at that point. They haven't even been offered money to their riding. So it would have just started as, hey, well, you know, have you thought about coming over? You know, we'd love to have you. And then they just say no. And then they go and let Andrew Scheer know. Or they'll go and let some of the other, the leadership around Pierre Poilievre know. So that's how these typically go. So I don't think they end up, you know, being offered anything. And I think when these type of things do happen, I think the Liberals are very careful to not offer anything specifically. But this is where, you know, if anyone ends up being granted a cabinet position, this is where you have to raise your eyebrow and say, because that is enrichment, right? That's personally benefiting the person. We have for $5. Thank you very, very much. This is Connolly Law, Copris Juris. Thank you very much. Carney must round up the cats to keep the caucus together, now made of red liberals, blue red liberals, red Tories, and orange Marxists, and blue Tories. Right? Because Marilyn Gladue is a true blue Tory in terms of her thinking, in terms of her policies, and in terms of her beliefs. Yet she's a liberal now. So it is definitely going to be hurting cats. And getting seemingly people from opposite ends of the ideological and political spectrum to vote together consistently, that's going to be a challenge. Especially if they start demanding more support from the government in their riding or whatever in order to continue voting that way. We have Value Finder for $5. Libs and cons argue in public, but often serve the same global interests behind the scenes, not everyday people. We need real change. I don't know about that. But we can disagree on that. Had too many conversations with some of the Conservatives on this. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Just want to put this out there. Party doesn't matter. Accountability does. Thanks for all your hard work. Yeah, I don't disagree. Like, I think a lot of us would be able to at least stomach the Liberals a lot more if there was accountability there. Well, and then you basically have the old Liberal government. There wasn't this partisanship divide between the old Conservatives and the old Liberals. At least I don't remember that being there. It's a lot different now. And that's where a lot of the political, call it passion and concern is because there is no accountability inside the Liberal government. That's been one of the big problems. We have John Gotti for $5. Thank you. What populist stance can the Conservatives position themselves now that an election is in the distant future? A couple things. They have to keep going on affordability because that's going to get worse and worse and worse in Canada. So they have to keep highlighting that. So that's number one. They're going to be really harping on the fact that Carney is not getting anything built in Canada now that he has a majority, that he's not fixing crime, that he's not addressing all of these other issues in Canada as it relates to their platform that they ran on in 2025, because now he has a majority. He can do whatever he wants. Nothing is getting done. That's where they're going to be focusing on. To show Canadians that, look, we weren't the problem. Opposition wasn't the problem here. It was Mark Carney and his alleged quote-unquote plan was the problem. It's going to go back to University of Rosedale. 64, 17, and 14. Look at that. That's some good news for the NDP. So they're up on this one as well, despite the gap. So see what happens there. Okay. 230 is the gap now, but we're only about 25% done, so we'll see what ends up happening here. And let's see, we have Anima Azura, member for 21 months. If we vote for person and not party, why is the terrible writing plastered with Mark Carney's face and not Tatiana Auguste? Makes one think. Yep, and we talked about this earlier in the stream. 100%. So you can't make this argument of, oh, well, you know, the floor crossers, they vote for the person, so obviously, you know, they're still behind this person. Yeah, okay. So why has the... If that was the case, then the polling in Sarnia should flip Liberal then. But it hasn't, because it's not based on person. We have the light body for $2. Isn't General advisor position and enrichment? Typically, advisor positions you don't get paid for, but he's sure taking a lot of trips to Europe on the taxpayer dime now, isn't he? So you could argue that's enrichment. Problem is this is where corruption doesn't equal criminality in some of these respects. Get another update here. Yeah, we're still about 200 and change points behind. And we have Austin DeLuca for 279. Can we get a re-reminder about E7025? Absolutely, we can. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is the E7025 petition. As you can see, that's a petition by sponsored by Leanne Rood, and right before this stream, there was 103,582 signatures. And this is the primary petition that's out there for trying to stop floor crossing in Parliament. So if you have not signed this petition, we encourage you to do so. And in addition to that one, this is E7315. Sign this one as well. It's a variant of the floor crosser petition, but this suggests some different things, and I think it's very interesting to see some of the suggestions in here, and I'm intrigued by them. So this had about 8,661 signatures prior to this. So so I encourage everybody to sign that petition if you haven't, and if you already have and you haven't shared it yet, please get out there and share it on social media. The E7025 petition, that closes on April 17th, so there's 4 days left. Thank you for that. Max Current for $10. Hello from Alaska. Amazing. Thanks for joining us. That's definitely a northern perspective. Thank you, Ryan and Tanya, for your coverage of Canadian politics and exposing corruption, which I had folks like you for my own turf. Cheers. Well, who knows? If we ever expand into American politics, maybe we'll have a northern perspective for American politics, and we can do the same thing. Thank you very much for tuning in, and if it isn't obvious, we do love our American brothers and sisters. Gokonani for $5. We need to create a new meme for combat period where liberal pressers entrance of the gladiators comes to mind. Yeah, and are you not entertained? Warren the Predator for $7. Could this be a strategy to undermine the liberals from within? Food for thought. Still think floor crossing is disgusting. It's possible. Is it probable? Probably not, but it's possible. So hopefully the block can catch up to Tatiana Auguste there. And we have, for $7, thank you very, very much. Much appreciated, Doug Bone Shankster. Apologies for that. 30-year truck driver, been through many mergers, never ends well. I just leave as soon as the merger starts. Hey, you know what? You probably save yourself a lot of frustration and stress by doing that. Because when you've been through enough and you understand the process, you just say, you know what? I'm out. Thank you. I'm just going to go start a new job at a new company, and I don't have to worry about this. So I get it. I get it. But thanks for doing what you do, and thanks to all the truckers out there that are making this economy actually function, as dysfunctional as the economy is, thanks to Mark Carney and the Liberals. Best You by Design, member for 33 months. I have a question. When Mark Carney's wife talks about New World Order, should that not be concerning enough to Canadians? How about getting our own country in order? Yeah, and this is kind of what I call like the Jordan Peterson effect. People need to stand up and actually get their own house in order before you try to go out there and fix the world. And he argues that's what a lot of the youth in the I think the Gen Z era end up having to deal with, right? Is the fact that they try, their life is a mess, but they decide, well, yeah, I'm going to go and fix everybody else's life instead of my own. Probably should get your own house in order so that you are a very competent and capable individual. Then move up to your community level, help them gain more experience, more competence, and then you can start, perhaps getting into a little bit broader of an area to help your region. And then maybe once you become wise enough and experienced enough and you learn enough, maybe then you can help reorganize the world. Very wise words from Jordan Peterson on that. You don't have to be a conservative or a liberal to recognize the wisdom there. Evan for $7. It's obvious that liberals never have and never will take lessons from anybody. Champagne doesn't have to tell us why they're close, right? Yeah. Like, we will take no lessons from the people who actually understand the economy. Like,
you sure about that? Right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Champagne. Doreen Doucette, welcome to NP supporter. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see how we're doing. University of Rosedale, 62.8%. The NDP up to a 20.5% vote share. That's fascinating, folks. That is fascinating. If that holds, that's significant. That's out of the margin of error. So when you're looking at these polls, this is what this means, plus or minus 5%. That's the margin of error. So this could be up to 19%, down to 9%. So if they're outside the margin of error, that's significant. That shows a real gain. And we have Dolly Begum at 68.4%. That's not unexpected. And the NDP are at 7.1% here. So Scarborough Southwest. So this one is about accurate based on where they were polling. So we'll see. Hopefully we get some more help. Liberal just got a bump there, unfortunately. So they're about 500 votes ahead. So hopefully in some of the other regions that have left to report, we get some more help on the Bloc side. So we'll see. See what happens. And Battalion for $5. Thank you very, very much. If the Libs were low seat count in the House today, should the other parties have tried a non-confidence vote as a last-ditch effort? No. And we actually talked about this back in the fall. There was many people online that were calling for all of the opposition to vote down the Liberal budget. And I can understand the initial, reasoning for that. Because their argument is, well, let's just go to an election. Well, the argument back then is, listen, right now, back then, you're less than 7 months away from the last election. If the opposition brought down the government, all the uninformed Canadians, all they would be hearing is they just went through an election and the opposition brought down the government. So then what would almost certainly happen is Canadians would then turn around, especially the uninformed ones, and say, listen, we just went through an election. I don't want to go through an election again. I don't want to pay for another election again. So now I'm going to make darn sure that we don't go to another election for a long time. So I'm going to make sure that the Liberals get a overwhelming majority. That's what would have happened. And this may continue to be the narrative, even up to a month ago. So you have to be very careful on the timing in which you're bringing down a government. I think what they were hoping is that Mark Carney would call an election, and he could still call an election with a slim majority too, right? If he finds that, you know what, I'm not getting any other floor crossers, and I'm not able to get a comfortable majority, it's possible he looks at the polls, and maybe he looks at the lead that they're getting here and saying, you know what, I'm gonna call one. That could be political suicide. For the same reason, because now the narrative that all of the opposition parties, not just the Conservatives, the NDP, and the Bloc, and the Green, all of them would be lining up against Mark Carney and the Liberals and saying what? Well, they'd be saying this.
What the hell is going on?
And?
WTF.
And they'd be saying, you have a majority and you're calling an election? And they would be clutching their pearls and they would be saying, you're going to be costing Canadians hundreds of millions of dollars because you want even more power? And when you have all the opposition parties coming at them in unison saying that, that's not going to look good to the Canadians. And historically, Canadians have punished parties that have done that. So it's a very, very careful chess match. Understand that they're not doing things, the way people would like, or the outcome isn't the way people would like. But you have to be very calculated when you're playing these political chess games, because you have to take into account these variables. And in almost every move, there's variables that you didn't take into account because you couldn't see them. So, oh, see, there you go. So we were at a 500-point lead for the Liberals. Now we're back to a 390-point lead. So that lead is now dropping again. So fingers crossed. It's going to go up and down. It's going to be pretty crazy. So we'll see what happens. And Daniel T for $5. Liberals have become packlids waiting for their rubber band to break. Yeah. We look for things that make us go. We are strong. Canada strong. Woody Doppelganger for $2. Organize your own home self is an essential start. That's exactly what Jordan Peterson was talking about. And I believe this is hidden in plain sight for $7. Thank you very, very much for that. Can bet Dolly Begum is a Brotherhood operative pushing Islamic State infiltration for sure. I guess we will see what happens. And -1-2 for $5. Again, don't underestimate Quebec, especially people around Montreal. They are completely politically brain dead. It's sad but true. I don't know enough people over there to make that. Oh, there you go. The Bloc just made a gain back. So we're back to only a 193-point lead, folks. All right. I'll take that. I'll take a gain of almost 200 votes. That's good. Frankie West for $5. Thoughts on the silly Canada joins the EU polls? How much will censorship and digital ID push ramp up after tonight? What do you expect in the next year? That's a good question. So I think it's pretty dumb. It's pretty dumb for Canada to think about joining the EU when countries are actively trying to get out of the EU. I think that's pretty dumb. I think what you're seeing here is Mark Carney. He's sticking to what he knows and it doesn't apply. That's a problem. So he's been in the EU for many, many years. He considers himself a European, right? He considers himself whatever, like he's a chameleon. Wherever he is, he tries to say, oh, you know, I'm that, right? But it is silly to talk about joining the EU. How about we just cooperate with the largest and most prosperous economy in the world that is literally to the south of us? How about we do that? I don't know if there'll be an active push of him to try to join the EU because Canadians didn't vote for that, but we'll see. And would there be benefits to joining the EU? I don't know. It's like it would have to. You'd have to understand the whole conversation, the whole context. But I don't see any benefits to joining the EU. Digital ID. So there's some talk about some of the things going on out there. There's digital tokens within the government that government employees use. In terms of how that could translate into the general public, and if that's what that means, I'd need to see more. I'd really need to see more. So, at around 290. So didn't lose ground, so that's good. But over the next year, wouldn't surprise me to see the new version of the online harms bill come through. That'll be concerning. You'll see a lot of civil liberties groups doing a lot of coverage of that, testifying a lot on that. Will they just ram these bills through, or will they give them reasonable debate? We'll see. What you will see is the Conservatives and the NDP and the Bloc cooperating extensively on opposing the government, because they have runway now and they can afford to do perhaps a lot of things that they may not be able to do because they're worried about an election being called and not being ready. So you're going to see some tactics shift, I think, from the Bloc. You're going to see them shift from the Conservatives. NDP, you're going to see at least some type of tactics. They've been in a holding pattern since April of last year. They haven't been able to really do squat because Don Davies is not going to just start issuing marching orders because he was the caretaker of the NDP party. He wasn't anything to do with actually giving direction on where the party should be going. It's not his role. So now that Avi Lewis is there, well, not there, but he's the leader of the party. Now I expect to see some actual moves by the NDP in terms of political moves is what I mean. We have Harvey Glazier, K4B. Welcome to NP supporter. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. Megaman 0 for $2 CPC. They should just have voted Bloc against Libs. I think that's what's happened. This is far lower. There should be another 10%. So right now, about 2,000 of these votes used to be Conservative. So whether that is all on the Bloc side or whether that's split between the two of them, this is dramatically different than the split of what the polls were projected for and the way they were in the 2025 election. So to give you an idea, 10,961 people voted for the Conservatives in the Terrebonne election in 2025. It's non-existent now, right? And this is 40% of polls. So it's reasonable. It's reasonable to, or 42% of polls. Where are we at now? We're at 270 away. So we gained some ground, folks. Gained some ground. So be interesting to see where we're at 50% and how many people voted. So far, it's not too far off. Not too far off. We may be close to like 50,000 people coming out to vote. And this is a dramatic difference. So the vast majority of the conservatives here, but 1,300 conservative votes are missing. And I don't mean missing as in, oh my goodness, they're missing. I mean, they've been reallocated elsewhere. Probably to the bloc, mostly. Jolinda Frolic for $7. Wouldn't it be the cat's meow if the floor crossers all conspired and fooled us all to flip the tables and somehow were able to challenge the Liberals? Yes, it would. It would be funny. It would be funny if they all just started voting against the Liberal Party within the caucus. Can you imagine? That would be something. That would really be something. Look at that. Even if the Liberals gain all these 3 seats, this is really encouraging to me. Because again, University of Rosedale, 14%. And they were at 10% in the 2025 election. This is what we need to happen across the country, folks. For the NDP to go from 9.9% to 19%, that is a huge swing. And this is what we need to start to see them doing. Dolly Begum, moving along there. We're at 290 behind, so we're basically keeping pace. Need to see some strong polls come in from some of the other polling stations if we want to see that lead come back. But if this win is only like by a certain amount after they validate the results, probably going to go to judicial recount again. So, which will be interesting because some of you made the point earlier. What could happen is that if the pollsters were allowing the Carney votes to actually go through, it's possible that at a judicial recount, they could be thrown out. Who knows? Battalion for $5. With the Liberal plan to age restrict social media access to 16 years minimum, is digital ID going to be a launching pad for the Libs against Canadians? Don't know, because they're going to have to figure out a way in order to actually have you prove your age. So it comes down to the question: how are you going to do that? Don't know. But it also is a problem when it comes to the anonymity of the internet, right? Because you can make these accounts on the different social media sites, and you can make them as any ID you want. Well, if you're going to have to prove that you are above the age of 16, then that's going to come back to your identity that you're going to have to prove that. See, this is actually one of the reasons I wrote my brief against the Conservative Bill S210 in the last Parliament. Because I am firmly against, and many of the IT folks will tell you, they are firmly against any sort of validation when it comes to age over the internet as it relates to some of this stuff. If you're going to be relying on that validation going into a government database, it is a treasure trove for hackers to go and get. So when it comes to the internet, I am not in favor at all. I am in favor of parents doing their job and parenting their kids. That's what I'm in favor of. But this laissez-faire attitude of some of these parents out there that just want to surrender all of their parenting responsibility to technology, I think is a recipe for disaster. Yeah, parents are tired. Yes, both parents are working. You come home, you're too tired to be able to parent your kids. Well, to unfortunately sound a little condescending, you sign up for no sleep when you become a parent. That's the joke. And all the parents I know are behind the screen saying, yup, because we're all there. You're tired all the time. It doesn't stop your responsibility to parent your kid. And we cannot be just surrendering to this online validation, which is a slippery slope to surrendering your data to some sort of body, whether it be government or third party, which is an open invitation for virtually every hacker, domestic, malicious, or terrorist around the world to go after and get that data. That would be the most valuable treasure trove of data in the country. There's a saying in the cybersecurity business, and we say it's not a matter of if, it's when. So it's not a matter of if something can get hacked. It's when it will get hacked. That's the issue. John Gotti for $10. I just went on CBC. What a disgrace program. You have to remember all the campaigning Carney has put in to make sure his voters vote. General elections and by-elections are different voter turnouts. Yes, they are. A lot less people turn out for by-elections. And Jason Curling for $2. Do you think Iran war changed Canada's energy policy? I don't know. If it forces the Liberals to finally do something that will get rid of some of these regulations so a pipeline gets built, I think that's a net positive thing. And I say net positive because there's a lot of negatives that end up happening in order to get them there. And this is where we have to take partisanship out of it, folks. So if Mark Carney all of a sudden dropped all the garbage and did everything the exact same way Pierre Poilievre would have done it, that's good for Canada. We can all agree on that. Problem is he's probably not going to do that. But one of the things that we need in Canada is we need pipelines and we need more oil production, because that's what runs the world. So if the conflict in Iran forces the Liberals to do that, I say that's a good thing. And we have Hidden Plain Sight for $7. Thank you. Wouldn't it be hilarious if after all this they don't get Turbon and fall short? Would be a miracle. It would be funny. It would really be funny. Rosays for $5. I know. Tie it to your driver's license and health card and merge it all into one huge database, and then we can sell it to China. Why not? Right? Why not? Rosays is the IT guy in the, or one of the IT guys in the crowd to everybody. For those of you that may not know Rosays. And we have Carol Rion for $5. Would digital ID ruin all the bot farming they use to ruin comment sections and live streams? I don't know. I don't think so. Because you can have all of these accounts outside of Canada on these social media platforms, and they would still be able to comment. They would still be able to do whatever. So no, I don't think it would have any effect on it whatsoever. So Marcel Laporte for $5. I think CPC needs to move on from Pierre, unfortunately. That's an opinion. I don't share it. Because I think that you have to look at it from a couple of different angles. Number one, who else? It only makes sense to move on from Pierre if there's somebody else that's going to do a better job than Pierre. And so you have to put that person forward. Who is that? And the issue is that nobody has a name that they can think of that they would bring forward and do a better job than Pierre. The issue with Pierre is he's bang on everything that needs to be done. He has some really brilliant policy ideas. And I don't think that, well, let's take it this way. I think that if you do get somebody who's better than Pierre, you're still going to have the exact same problem of the legacy media demonizing them to the same degree. More so, because they're better. So I don't think that problem changes if Pierre goes away. I really don't. So, but, no, that's why we have conversations and we can agree to disagree. So, Legion 14 for $100. Thank you very, very much. Notice that a lot of scams and hacking decreased or stopped as soon as I switched to Linux. Open source and control over your own data is paramount to help slow hacking down. Digital ID is not the way to go. It is not open source and you have no control. Well, and that's one of the reasons for that is because Linux has such a small market share out there, right? So when it comes to hacking, they operate on the Pareto principle. So when they put out all of their automated software out there to try to get through and open these connection points between the target systems and the hackers themselves, you're going to have a much higher chance of infecting a Windows machine than finding a Linux machine out there. So, and it's ironically one of the issues that Windows has to deal with. Because there's so many different people using Windows for so many different things, they have to make it very flexible and very, very modifiable. So the main kernel isn't as secure. So there's a lot of issues with that. But I agree. If you have the ability to switch to Linux, you're going to save yourself a lot of risk. But the vast majority of people, unfortunately, can't really do that, right? So, but your point is well taken. That's why, and you know this, but a lot of people out there don't. Linux, which is an operating system like Windows, but different, it's used increasingly on more and more servers in the actual corporate environment. So you have your computer, then you have your server, which is a real beefy piece of machinery, and it runs applications and web servers and websites and databases and all these types of things. And people are running, or companies are choosing to run Linux on there because they have a lot more control and it's a lot more secure when it comes to a malicious intent perspective. But it's not to say you still need to have firewalls and web application firewalls and antivirus protection and malware protection and all of these other things. Again, it's not a matter of if, it's when. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Mark Carney is more concerned about Brookfield, not Canadians, as nuanced as I try to be. It is a fact. Yep. They sure are. So, come on, Natalie. Come on, Natalie. Let's go. Let's go. 59% polls reporting. Pretty much done with the University Rosedale and Scarborough Southwest. But the real story has been the NDP. That's very, very interesting in University of Rosedale. So they've gained that vote share back. So that's encouraging to see, folks. If for nothing else, that's encouraging to see. Rev says for $5. I mean, also Linux doesn't sell your info like Microsoft. Also, Linux is default closed and Windows is default open, like Trebek's mom has. Yeah. Yeah, with every new version of Windows, there's less and less ability to not have your data go out there. It's crazy. And yeah. Microsoft used to just be in the operating system business and office software business. Now they want to be in the big data business, which means they want all of your data. Very, very frustrating. Remember the good old days of Windows XP? Oof. Still, but best desktop operating system to date. So, all right. 520. It's still a very, very tight race. Very tight race. Total of 28,398 have voted. So we're going to be significantly down from the federal election. So that's 60%. Then we're probably going to be topping out at around 43,000 voters if the trend holds, which should be down. Voice is starting to go, folks. My apologies. Which would be down by 18,000 votes. So to anybody in Terrebonne that is saying, well, my vote doesn't matter. Yes, it absolutely does matter. Where are you? Where are you? So 42 and 41. Yeah, it's all down to here. Where was the NDP? NDP was at 2%. So it makes you wonder if the NDP flipped over to here and the Conservatives split between them. And the other thing you have to consider is in that 18,000 votes, who didn't vote? So let's do this. Do this. So I want to show everybody the results of the last election. So give me a second here. When you have 5 monitors, sometimes it can be a little tricky. There we go. All right, folks. So this is the results of the 2025 election in Terrebonne. So there was a total of 23,351 people that voted for the bloc. 38.7% of the vote. Right now, we're at 13,385 for 46.8%. So 10,000. We have total people that voted yet. Yeah, we still don't know yet. 129 of 211. So I don't know what's going on over at CBC, but I imagine they've called these guys because there's no chance of coming. Like, it's statistically impossible for them to win, or for the other parties to win, I should say. But let's take a look here. So I think Scarborough Southwest, I think the Conservatives were at 24% in the last election, which is correct. So that's within the margin of error on the low end. So we'll see if that's how it actually works out. And in University of Rosedale, again, that NDP being the story. Conservatives are within the margin of error on the aggregate there. Now, just want to check this one more time. Okay, so we're still there. Okay. Let's go back. So we have White Knight for $5. I use Debian, by the way. Oh, there you go. I'm just on Windows just for ease of software for the show. John Gotti for $5. Can you see federal election turnout versus current by-election turnout to gauge where we are for all three? Sure, I can actually bring that up. Just give me a second and I'll see if I can get that for all three if you're interested in that. So we have University Rosedale. Actually, I want University Rosedale writing. I think you should probably, let me see. Yep, you do. And then I'll do the same thing for Scarborough Southwest so people can see. Okay, so we have Scarborough Southwest writing. Okay. Take that one, plop it there, and then we take this one and plop it there. All right. Okay. So here's University Rosedale 2025 election. So Freeland ended up getting 39,847 for 64% of the vote. University of Rosedale today, 15,255 for 64.9% of the vote. Far lower turnout rate. We're at 78%. So you can see that 62,000 people voted. That's what happens when people don't come out and vote. Look at this. So the Conservatives, 3,065. NDP, 4,234. So if we look here, 14,624 people voted for the Conservative. Look how close that would be if they came out, right? Scarborough Southwest. Scarborough Southwest in the 2025 federal election. Total of 54,000 people voted. Liberal won, Bill Blair, 33,495, and the Conservative had 16,652. Where are we in Scarborough Southwest? There you go. Right now, all those Conservatives came out to vote, they'd be in the lead right now. Votes matter. Absolutely matter. And what do we have here? Just holding that margin. Holding that margin this whole time. 63.98% of the votes. So this is where we're starting to see the votes, or the paper counted votes, slowing everything down. It's going to be a nail biter, folks. Nail biter up until the last possible moment, unless there's some huge lead. Now they count the advanced polls last, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when the advanced polls come in. You may actually see all of the conservatives typically vote in advanced polls. That's what we've seen as a trend. So it will be interesting to see what ends up happening with these advanced polls. Did all of these people end up actually voting in advanced polls and they come in later? Don't know. We'll see. Jessica Van Luke for 279. Bagel said Pierre is toast and should resign. Like the Great Canadian Bagel? Is that what you mean? Don't share his opinion. The light body for $5. Is it possible CPC voters didn't turn out in Terrebonne as it likely foregone conclusion it would be Liberal or Bloc? That's a possibility too. That is definitely a possibility. Because the polling done is anticipating if a federal election happened tomorrow. So it is possible that they just said, well, it's not going to happen, so have fun. Yes, that's absolutely a possibility. So, Peter Whitten for $5. One of the best professors from back in the day started his lecture with, the media is the guardian of the public trust. Yep. And if they end up not guarding that public trust, then that public trust disappears. And Jessica Van Luke for 279. If not Pierre, who? That's the question. So Pierre should resign. Okay. Who are you going to put in his place? That's the question. And that question needs to be answered before you tell him to resign. Who's going to be better than Pierre? All ears. Woody Doppelganger for $5. To be fair about people not voting, the floor crossings have demoralized Canadians. Yeah, I get it. You're 100% right. There's a lot of demoralized Canadians out there. And it's hard. It's hard to continue to be optimistic and energetic and move forward. Very hard. We got to do it. We have to put in the work. And it's hard work. It's very, very, very hard work to stay optimistic and continue to just keep up the energy and say, nope, not on my watch. We're going to take this country back. And that's why we say it's the new strategy of the left. Despair is the new strategy. They want to make you apathetic. So you just give up and say, forget it. I'm done. Then they won. They've won permanently. Autistic Avenger for $5. A guy I know who's politically neutral is under the narrative that the cons are fractured and is why they're floor crossing. And meanwhile, it's the libs. That's because he's obviously watching legacy media, because that's all they've been saying, right? It's funny, with everything that's going on with the Liberals, they talk more about the Conservatives than they do about Mark Carney and the Liberal Party. As has been said, they do more to hold the opposition to account than they do the actual government. So, something to consider for folks out there. How are we doing up here? 84% of the vote. So there's only about 30 polls left to come into Scarborough Southwest. Dolly Begum with a 70.5% share of the votes. And 18% for the Conservatives. And then we have Daniel Martin, 64.9% of the vote up in University of Rosedale. NDP, oh, they dropped a little bit, but still, that's still impressive. They've essentially doubled their share in University of Rosedale. So that's good news. It's good news. So not many Conservatives have voted for that, which would mean that this percentage should be higher, but it's not, because more people voted NDP. Now let's just check and see here. So the NDP, they're at 4,300 votes in University of Rosedale. So they've already gotten 2/3 of their vote total that was in the 2025 election. So Chrysler Freeland and Liberals ended up getting almost 40,000 votes, which is almost 2/3 lower. So that vote conversion, that's impressive for the NDP to do that. That's good news, folks. Doesn't mean we want an election tomorrow, but that trend, that's what we've expected to see after the NDP secured their leadership. We expected that to be lower because you don't even know what the direction is of the NDP if you're an NDP voter until they have a new leader. Now that they have a new leader, people start to understand what that platform is. They start to understand what that vision is. I think Avi Lewis is a much better speaker, at least in English, than Jagmeet Singh was. Jagmeet Singh was not a good speaker at all. At least he didn't say ah and ah all the time. That's the one positive about Jagmeet Singh, but he was a terrible politician. As I said, probably one of the worst in the history of Confederation. It was terrible. So we'll see if Avi Lewis has a better political mind than Jagmeet Singh. But so far this is an uptick in support in University of Rosedale, and not to the same degree, but it's still an uptick in support in Scarborough Southwest. So that's good news. Now the Liberals are starting to extend that lead, which that's not fun to see, but it's not unexpected. Not unexpected. But we'll see what the advanced polls end up showing. So we're going to stick here until we're all comfortable that this is pretty much called. Norm Kelly for $5. The low information voters have CDS, conservative derangement syndrome. Yes, they do. They do. This is the crazy thing. Some of the liberal voters are still under this mentality that the conservatives are only out to enrich themselves and their banker friends. That's the crazy part. While you have a banker as the Liberal Prime Minister, it's insanity. When Justin Trudeau, I believe Bob Bertina said this on one of our interviews, because Bob Bertina was an elected member of Parliament for the Liberal Party of Canada in 2015. And when Bob Bertina went to sit in his first Liberal Party caucus meeting, one of the first things Justin Trudeau said is he got up in front of the Liberal caucus and he said, you know what the biggest problem of Ottawa is? There's too many old white men. And Bob is looking around saying, what the hell am I doing here then? So the biggest problem in Ottawa is there's too many old white men. What does the Liberal Party end up doing? They choose for their leader an old white man. Really? Like,
it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
It's insanity. James for $5. Thank you very much. Not to sound grim here, but can we even what can we even do if Carney starts rolling out his authoritarian dystopian for Canada? Bill C8, C9, C69, digital ID, CBDC, etc. Valid concern. What do? You make as much noise to the Senate as humanly possible. Senate is not beholden to Mr. Carney. When it comes to any of his non-financial bills, they have no obligation and no convention to adhere to pass those bills. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with C9 as it gets to the Senate. Are they even going to look at it? Most of the people in the Senate are older folks. It's the whole idea. You have to be at least 35 in order to actually get appointed to the Senate. If you're a 25-year-old, you cannot be appointed to the Senate. So what are they going to do with these bills like C9? There's the only convention that says that they must pass these bills is if it's related to money. C9 has nothing to do with money. So this is where it's going to be very, very interesting. So call your senator, write your senator, call other senators, write other senators. Just like we advise people to contact MPs, now it's the time to contact senators. And any of these new bills that end up coming down the pipe as well, if they make it to the Senate, same thing. Call and write your senators. All of them. There's not as many. It's only about 106, something like that. So there's a lot fewer. So, John Gotti for $10. Ryan, give me your Pierre replacement that you would currently in caucus and one outside. Any person that you want and why. I'm a fan of Carolyn Rogers, Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada. Oh, yeah, Carolyn Rogers. She's a solid outside pick. Who would I pick inside? You need somebody that you would consider likable, somebody that could speak French and English, somebody who has a great head on their shoulders, somebody who's a great speaker. I always go to someone like Michael Barrett. I don't know if he speaks French. If he can speak French, I would go to Michael Barrett. Because although he's not a lawyer, he's very, very good as a member of parliament. He's very good at speaking. He's charismatic. He's likable. And he's tall, too. Being tall is an advantage when you're talking about visual politicians. So just off the top of my head, probably Barrett. And he's been around for a while. He's worked in municipal politics. He's a armed forces veteran. Served as a lineman in the Canadian military. There's a lot of reasons I would pick Michael Barrett. And I think he has a good head on his shoulders to be able to look around and utilize a team as well. So if I had to, I'd probably pick Michael Barrett. And I'll go with your pick of Carolyn Rogers outside. Peter Whitten for $10. Can you imagine in an alternative universe if University Rosedale and Scarborough were cut off from the regime media for a year and only NP Nation aligned resources were all that had access to? It would be a fascinating experiment to just watch. Like if you could just pop up a simulation of what would happen. Yeah, I agree. It would be very interesting to see what would end up happening. A. Smith for $2. Pierre is a gift to the LPC. And HD Dave for $5. I agree with Pierre. Canadians are evolutionists. The average Canadian is propagandized and pacified. Change will take decades, I fear. Stats confirm. It'll take a while. I don't know about decades. I don't think it'll take decades for Canadians to wake up and elect a conservative government. But it is going to take a long time to fix the damage in this country, unfortunately. So, all right, let's see. 78%. So right now we're at about 1,130 in that race. So closing in on the end. There's still some opportunity, but I think we're going to end up with 3 Liberal seats here, folks. So, as I said initially, we may not have ended up like that, but it was a fun ride while the Bloc was leading. So, but we'll see if anything changes in the last little bit. But it's going to be harder and harder to come back from that. And we have Control E for, that's funny, for $7. It looks like the whole country being hypnotized by carny mania. How can we stay positive even during the darkest hours? If you've ever seen the miniseries Chernobyl. It's on HBO. You'll recall this line from it. If you haven't seen that series, phenomenal series. I really, really would encourage you to watch it. And it's actually very relevant to what's going on in Canada right now. So everyone knows what the Chernobyl incident was. If you haven't watched that series, it goes through with some license, but they try to be fairly accurate. It goes through everything that happened, from the cleanup to the decisions that were made to the workers and everything the Russians did. And the reason why I'm talking about this is there's one part in the series where they needed 3 people from the plant to put on some suits and go down into the flooded power plant. And they needed to open some valves to drain all the water out of the plant. Because if they didn't, there was going to be a possibility of a thermal explosion or hydrothermal explosion, where the heat from the core was going to come into contact with all of the water that was under the plant and vaporize all of it and just explode, which would have made about 60 million people where they live in Europe uninhabitable. So the party man is talking to these workers, and he's just, and none of them want to do it. And they're saying, well, you know, why does it have to be us? So he stands up and he's saying, because it must be done. And because there's nobody else. You will do it because it must be done. So when the question comes to us, and it comes to us often in emails and comments, you know, how can we stay positive even in the darkest hour? Because it must be done. Canadians are Canada's first and last line of defense against corruption and against tyrannical governments. So we need to make sure that we always keep up the fight and we never surrender, because the only way that you lose a fight is when you give up. So as long as Canadians never give up, there is always a path back to that Canada that we grew up with and that we knew and loved. So part of our job at Northern Perspective is to ensure that Canadians always have hope. And that's what we will always continue to do. Some other folks they go to events. They demand to be paid to speak at these events. We do not. We pay our own way because Canada is worth it. Money is better spent staying in the ridings, staying at the events, staying with the organizations that we end up getting called to speak at than coming to us. Doesn't feel right for us to do that. So that's part of our job, is to make sure that Canadians always have hope. So sorry if that was a little bit preachy, but that's just my thoughts on that. We have Jessica Van Luke for $2.79. I'm so done with all this PR negativity. Well, a bunch of the negativity is coming from PPC people as well, Jessica. So just keep that in mind, right? There's a lot of negativity that comes out of the PPC, unfortunately. Stephen Huber for $14. Brad Wall would be an amazing leader. Interesting choice. Nasty Edge for $10. I'm old. Senate scandal of expenses way back. Senators were Duffy and Pamela Wallin. I watched them as reporters. They got Senate seats. Filthy in politics is forever. No accountability, filthy people. There's definitely some filthy people, and there's not all the senators are going to be people that people necessarily respect, but there may be enough of them that are holding their own legacy above everything else. So just consider that. Jessica Van Luke for $7. Unfortunately, I think he will resign due to all of the calls for him to go, including some conservatives. I hope he doesn't, though. I hope he doesn't either, because I think he's the best guy for the job. He just received 87.4% of confidence. Okay, folks. I just heard Tanya fall, and it sounds like she's very, very hurt. So I need to go and check that. So in the meantime, I'm going to switch over to a video of Shub Majumdar talking to Ms. Rosary Barton.
Shuvaloy Majumdar, thank you so much for joining me.
Glad to be here.
Okay, well, so we'll start with this fourth Conservative MP who has now joined the Liberal caucus, Marilyn Gladue. I think you would agree, a little more right-leaning than the other people that have left caucus, and I wonder what you think that says about how people are feeling inside Conservative caucus.
Well, more importantly, I think a lot of these people, our colleagues in the House, are going to have to answer to the people that elected them. There's this particular compact that you get, and I'm only a new member of Parliament. I've been around for 2.5 years. But I've looked at a lot of our constituents right in the eyes and made a commitment to get the job done for them on their issues. So they're going to have to go back home and have an accountability with their people and explain to them why they did what they did and betrayed that confidence. It doesn't serve our democracy well to have this type of bait and switch happening, and ultimately these caucus members that have decided to cross are going to be held accountable by their own people.
I mean, that's totally fair, but surely there is also a message for the Conservative Party and your leader in this as well, because 4 is a big number in a short period of time.
I worry about the message that this delivers to the Canadian public at large. Here's a country that has profoundly deep questions about trust in their institutions, trust in their democracy. And our democracy resulted in a narrowly contested election in which they wanted a minority Liberal parliament constrained by the constructive ideas of a Conservative opposition, an energetic Conservative opposition. It was a very contested election. That's what our democracy reflected, and that's what's being undermined today. And I worry about the lack of trust that this is going to introduce more widely in the public, the lack of faith in delivering on the promises that parties have made, and especially for the priorities that we delivered during the campaign. Every major issue that Conservatives ran on became a consensus in this country. And this government has had the support of Conservatives to move major decisions on hard issues.
Yeah, but you're kind of making the other point here, and that is if the Liberals are borrowing, to be generous, some of the ideas from the Conservatives. They're inspired. Yeah. If the Conservative caucus has been supporting some of the legislation because it moves, you believe, the country in the right direction, now we're getting to a point where it's very difficult to differentiate the parties. And I wonder if that's part of the problem, that some people actually see the Liberal Party doing the things Conservatives have been talking about.
Well, listen, for more than 8 million voters that Conservatives now represent, we have not seen a single result on the decisions that need to be taken, not on major infrastructure projects, not on crime, not on immigration, not on stemming.
Well, some of it has started. Some of that stuff has
He's
started.
had a year to make massive decisions to so-called build Canada strong, but he hasn't built anything. And so the decision point that Canadians, I think, are starting to realize is that there's a world of illusions that Carney Liberals are presenting and a relentless pursuit of actually accomplishing results that Pierre Poilievre is advancing. And that's the test. I mean, the Prime Minister himself had said, measure himself by the price of groceries. Well, we have a country now where half our people live paycheck to paycheck. Every report about food bank usage smashes the last record. It's a dystopian landscape out there, and the people of this country deserve a government that's working for them.
Okay, but are you telling me there's no conversation inside Conservative caucus about why this is happening and what you can do to stop more people from leaving?
Listen, our caucus is united. It's focused. We reflect the frustrations.
Well, you probably thought that 3 days ago, and then someone else left.
Our caucus unity has been strong, and when you see the teamwork that we generally have, it's actually quite effective across the country. We have people who now represent from Windsor to Newfoundland, districts that historically have not been conservative for decades. We represent a voice of people in this country who have put their hope on us to deliver the job of advocating on their issues in every single day. And in that, we're completely focused. The frustrations that we feel are the frustrations of our people who wonder why our democracy is being diminished this way.
Well, I mean, for sure, it feels it's being diminished for perhaps the people in the riding or for you, but for some people, they feel that this is actually going to get the government potentially closer to a majority. We'll see what happens Monday night, and enable them to push their agenda forward in a much easier way.
They haven't had much of a barrier. I mean, the issues that Conservatives raise in committee and in Parliament are constructive ones about our civil liberties, about our religious freedoms, about ways in which we can unleash our resources. We've been proactive about all the kinds of legislation that would fix this country over the last year, positions that Liberals technically ran on but refused to act on. So, you know, these power games, these machinations of Ottawa that deny people who are desperate and hurting the actual results that they deserve aren't serving anybody.
Does a majority, if they manage to get to those numbers on Monday night, does that in some way give Conservatives a bit more freedom? You don't have to worry about an election. You can take positions. You don't need to cooperate with the government if you don't want to. You can, maybe it will give you some ability to better differentiate yourself.
I think we've been very focused on being the party that will provide results for the priorities of Canadians. We've been very successful at doing that over the last year. And frankly, more importantly, it's about the democracy that our country has. We're a parliamentary democracy. We have elections where candidates run under parties and are provided results. Our first past the post system resulted in a minority Liberal government with a fierce opposition with the capacity to pull the plug on the government if it decided to cross the lines. Now, the Carney Liberals have completely betrayed that trust. They're betraying the institutions that our democracy
Or your
built.
leader has lost the trust of people inside his own caucus.
I will tell you, the leader has received over 90%, nearly 90% of support at the Calgary Convention just months ago. He is the only leader in this country who is working on the priorities of Canadians and advancing them relentlessly.
All right, folks. Crisis averted. Tanya's okay. She's just gonna have a bruise on her elbow and probably a bruise on her her collarbone. She slipped and fell, but she's okay. So never fun when you go down like that, but she's all right. Now, so some interesting things have happened since I've left. So first, let's go back to the results. So interesting. So this is Terrebonne. So the Liberals were 1,100 points ahead. That lead has shrunk to 460. So it ain't over yet. Still about 30 polls left. So we will see what happens. May end up going to a validation and a judicial recount anyway, but we will see what happens if the bloc will end up being allowed to request a recount. So very, very interesting. So 460 points away. The other thing is so because the other races are all but over, Mr. Poilievre has put out a statement. Here it is. So the Carney Liberals did not win a majority government through a general election or today's by-elections. Instead, it was won through backroom deals with politicians who betrayed the people who voted for them. While the Prime Minister spent the year on his cynical power grab, he has doubled the deficit and given Canada the worst grocery prices and housing costs in the G7. Liberals expect Canadians to give up, get complacent, and go away so Carney can have total power without any accountability. That will not happen. Our country and its people are worth fighting for. We will continue to fight for people to afford homes, food, and fuel. We will continue to fight for safety in our streets. We will continue to fight for our resources, workers, and soldiers. I will continue to lead the fight every day and in every way in Parliament across the country and in the next election, when Canadians will reclaim the country we know and love. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is Mr. Poilievre. So, that is his statement on this. And some more polls have come in. We're now down to 410. So, oh, this is getting crazy, folks. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but this is going to be an extremely, extremely close race. Crazy, crazy, crazy. 407 votes apart. So let's go. Let's go. Oh boy. 260. Folks, this is the advanced polls. This is the advanced polls. That was a massive gain. Massive gain there, folks. I'm just going to sit here refreshing now. And I'm going to close. I'm actually going to close this one. Close this one. There we go. This is crazy. Someone says 202 now. I'm not seeing that on mine yet. Holy moly. This would be nice. I'm not seeing the 202. Maybe it'll come in soon. This is directly on the Elections Canada website. Crazy, crazy, crazy. That's funny. CBC ended their live stream. It ain't over till the fat ballot sings. God, this may come down right to the wire, folks. Right to the wire. Whew. Yeah, Tanya's had a rough week. I feel really bad for her. Not only is she sick, she slipped and fell. Because we have these, you know those kid toys where you, they can sit on them or lay on them. And they end up, like they get spin on them. So we have one of them that we got him for Christmas, and then a completely different one that his aunt got him for his birthday. And I think Tanya was going to come down and tell me. What happened there? Okay, shot up by another 510 votes. Anyway, she was coming down to tell me about Pierre's statement, and then she inadvertently stepped on one and took a pretty bad tumble there, unfortunately. So we'll see. All right, we're down to 16 polls left, folks. So if those advanced polls are going to do anything, then they need to do it right now. So, anyway, let's see what we have here. Okay, we have John Gotti for $5 for some better news. David from Abacus is putting some good insight about what Carney's majority really means. Worth a share with MP Nation. Yeah, we'll probably take a look at that tomorrow morning and put out a video if it's substantive. Equally Canadian for $7. Thank you. Lee Busby for $2. Opinion LPC stole our votes from election results. I don't know if I would subscribe to that. I think it's more likely that Conservatives just didn't come out and vote. Which, this is what happens when you don't come out and vote. We have Jacob Snyder for $10. Thank you. We will have our True North Strong and Free and our True North Strong and Free Western Canada Republic. Thanks to this night. A. Smith for $10. I need to go to bed. Just don't forget, at the end of the day, Canada matters more than any politician. Keep doing what you're doing. All the best. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Equally Canadian for $7. Pierre isn't a quitter, and maybe it's fellow Conservatives who need to learn not to give up so easily. Yeah, 100%. Like, Pierre could have just left after that election and faded into obscurity. But, you know, that shows a lot of character to go through what he went through politically this year. HCDA for $2. Hope is all we have left. Hope is not a strategy. No, you don't just sit here and hope. You get involved. And that's what we encourage people to do. Sitting at home and just sitting there hoping is not a strategy. 100%. That's why people who have never gotten involved need to get involved. Because the more people who get involved, that's how things snowball, and that's how we make a difference in the country. And Leaf Busby for $5. We need to stop talking leaders and start talking about government. Focus shouldn't be about people, but the party. Leaders change, parties don't. Yep. And you've actually noticed that a lot in how the Conservatives have kind of changed their messaging. It's moved from, because remember it was Trudeau, or the Trudeau Liberals, Trudeau Liberals. Sometimes they say Carney Liberals now, but a lot of time it's just the Liberals. So, but I think one thing that they're trying to do is they're trying to levy some political attacks on Carney himself to lower his prime minister numbers, but they're also trying to go after the Liberals themselves. So they need to, from a political standpoint, they need to attack both. But you've noticed the messaging has changed a lot. So anyway, the good news is even after this is done, folks, so they have to certify the results, and because this is still within a couple hundred votes, the bloc may still be able to ask for a judicial recount. That can make a difference. But I think the realistic aspect, unless something crazy happens with these last 16 polls, and it can, what we might be looking at is a Liberal win in Terrebonne, but this is still what we call a fragile majority. So, let's see. Hopefully I've hit everybody's stuff. It's a lot more difficult when we have no moderators. So hopefully everybody's been behaving in chat. Let's see. What else do we have here? Okay, so we have another poll come in. We're still at about the same. $510 difference. Let's see. Jake the Gamer for $7. I agree with what you said last night, Ryan. I think we need a caucus retreat this summer so all the dirty air can be said and move on. Yeah, I think so. I really think we do. For anyone who's been on a retreat, either a team retreat or a leaders retreat or anything like that, magical things can happen at these retreats. And I don't say that in jest, and I don't say that to ridicule. I actually mean, like, magical things can happen at these retreats. I've seen people who seemingly hated each other come out of these retreats, and they're almost like best friends. And it completely changes the dynamics when you actually go back to the work environment. You learn more about each other. See, the thing about the Conservative Caucus is because there's so many people, you don't get to know anybody because there's just so many people. Retreats change that. Because you'll if you're on committee with people, you'll get to know them a little bit. You get to talk to people if they're your seatmate in the House of Commons, and you'll get to talk to people if they're your seatmate in caucus. But otherwise, you don't really interact with these people. But if you go on this retreat and you go for, even if it's 3 days, now you actually have some time to chat with people. You're not being pulled in 50 different directions. And you can start to build some camaraderie and team building in these retreats. And they can make a fundamental difference in dysfunctioning teams and transform them into high-performing teams if the retreat is run properly. So, I would like to see some sort of retreat with them. John Gotti for $2. Nobody seems to be blaming the Bloc leader. Funny that, eh? Funny that. If Natalie St. Clair Desgagnés loses, why isn't it his fault? Is there a problem with Yves Francois Blanchet's leadership? It's because the Bloc isn't a threat, right? The longest and most pervasive and vicious smear campaign of any political leader has been going on over the last almost 4 years. Especially the last, I would say, 3 years. It's been unbelievable. Like the joke that you hear every media anchor talking about is that they almost sound brainwashed in ways. What does this say about Pierre Poilievre's leadership? That's the saying. Nobody says anything about Mark Carney's leadership when they had all these people resigning. Nate Erskine-Smith, he's resigning. Bill Blair resigned. Chrystia Freeland resigned. Yeah, we all know she went to the UK, but first the UK and then Ukraine. Why isn't anybody talking about that? This is the magical question. So up to 640. It's unlikely that we're going to catch it now, folks. Unfortunately. Unlikely going to catch it. I'll wait for one more refresh until there's about 10 polls remaining. And if it jumps up, then I'll probably leave it. And then maybe I'll jinx it in the good way. And then the Bloc actually ends up with the win, but we'll see. We'll see. We have Richard Poole for $7. Voting numbers are appalling. It's not abnormal. It really isn't. By-elections, they are always underrepresented. Now, that doesn't mean that we should just accept that. People need to take voting seriously in this country, and I don't think they do. Unfortunately, I don't think they do. That's one thing where the US, I think, has it on us. They take voting very seriously down in the United States. A lot of people in Canada don't. Because they're trying to survive. They're too busy working their 3 jobs. They don't have time to look at this stuff. But they need to make time. Because when you don't make time, you have an uninformed vote. And when you have an uninformed vote, what ends up happening is you get the wrong parties in power. That's what ends up happening. Myron ends for $2. Canada has not been Canada in the last 11 years. Certainly hasn't felt like it. Especially from an economy perspective, it certainly hasn't. You know, it's not recognizing. Haven't heard the fat lady sing, so it's not over. There you go. That's optimism. And Barb Taylor dropping 5 Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very, very much for that, Barb. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you to the over 94,000 people that ended up viewing the stream tonight. Hopefully I was somewhat informative. Who needs CBC? Who needs CTV when you have the data right here from Elections Canada? We don't have fancy maps. Don't really need them. But 640 votes away. Come on, Elections Canada, you can do it. And Myron ends for $5. There's no way Christia is actually in the Ukraine. Unless she is in a bomb shelter. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And for $10, thank you very, very much. This is from Julian. I emailed my MP, Kelly McCauley, and asked him his thoughts on the floor crossers. His reply in part was, frankly, eating broken glass for breakfast would be more appealing than joining the Liberals. You know what? I 100% believe you, because that is exactly the sort of thing that Kelly McCauley would say. But to that response, I'll say this.
All right.
Eating broken glass for breakfast would be more appealing. Eating broken glass for breakfast and then having to go to the washroom after that would be more appealing than joining the Liberals. So, but you can always count on Kelly McCauley. He's a phenomenal MP. PFN 1616, welcome to NP supporter. Thank you very much. Myron ends for $2. I don't want to hear Rosie sing. Yeah. Now we're back down to, no, we're at 620. 620. 11 polls left. Oh, folks. These last few polls are taking forever. But no folks I'd rather spend it with than NP Nation. That's for darn sure. That's for darn sure. There is still some hope, but I think realistically we're probably looking at a at least an interim, unvalidated Liberal win in Terrebonne. There's going to be validation, and as I said, I would not be surprised if the Bloc asks us to go to a recount. So, let's just see here. Still counting. Still counting. 11 votes left. So Conservatives, almost nobody came out. 3.3%. Not unexpected. Question is are they distributed between these two parties, or did they just not come out? That's the question. So we're at 43,813 votes. Going back to the previous election, total votes 60,478. My initial projection was that we would be at around 43,000, but there's still 11 polling stations left to report. And they were both at around 23.3. And right now they're at 21 and 20. So that's interesting. Very, very interesting. Soon it's Miller time for Ryan. Yes, soon it is Miller time. Well, I'm not going to say Miller time. I hate him as an MP. So why don't we say soon it's Brock time? Let's see. Lucia says, sorry to say, but I feel like the reason people are not coming down to vote is because the same people are running the show no matter who you vote for. No, it's actually not. By-elections, this is consistent. It's not a recent phenomenon. By-elections, you always see a lower turnout, between 30-40% less. So I don't know if that's the reason. This is more the question. So the people may have voted Conservative. The question is, did the rest of them just not come out and vote? Did the people that would normally vote Conservative, did they vote for these other parties? That's the question. But in terms of coming out to vote, it's always that way with by-elections. Now, it shouldn't be, but it's been that way for decades. So, just for historical context. So, Myron ends for $5. Carney won't build anything other than his clown show, and Trish Pearl for $2.79 in U.S. non-presidential voting has less voting. And that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But thank you for that, Trish. John Gotti for $2. You think Carney gets a West Coast pipeline built? I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be in his best interest to do that now. Like he may not even care at this point. We'll see. This is like the next 6 months is going to be fascinating. To see what Mark Carney actually does. So, Real Steven Jensen for $2 are independent from longest ballot people. Yep. Virtually all of them are longest ballot. And they all like voting for each other, right? So, but one of the challenges is that if there is anybody who is legitimately independent, everyone now assumes that they're just longest ballot on one of these types of things. So it makes them impossible to get any votes. That's really, really difficult. So, still taking a long time to get some of these polls counted. So, let me just see. We got some other folks. So we have Dav Gill for $5. People were calling the current Liberal government conservative. Let's see how conservative they are with the majority, right? Let's see how conservative they actually are. Do we stop seeing Mark Carney dealing with this MOU in Alberta? Do we stop seeing him trying to collaborate? How arrogant does he get? How arrogant does his caucus get? Inquiring minds are going to know. T. Anderson for $5. Why would we do what the Liberals want us to do and get rid of Pierre Poilievre? Excellent point. All you hear, the Liberals and the legacy media, is Pierre Poilievre should resign. You never ever do what your enemy wants you to do. Like that's the question that needs to be asked. Why? Why are they so desperate to get rid of Pierre? Do people honestly think it's out of altruism? Well, we want to make sure the Conservative party is as strong as possible so that they could defeat us in the next election. So therefore, you should get rid of Pierre Poilievre. That's free political advice for you. Really? Okay. Notice that Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives weren't telling Justin Trudeau to resign all that time that they were running the most successful opposition campaign in Canadian history against them. What they were saying is, call an election. They wanted Justin Trudeau to be there. The Liberals don't want Pierre Poilievre to be there. It's a big difference. If they really thought that Pierre was a problem for the Conservative Party of Canada and it was a good thing for them, they wouldn't be saying anything. They would say, leave him there. And they would probably go into an election right now. Or they would have called it already. That's the big difference here, right? So, very astute point. So, like there's so much chess and think and double think. There's a lot of strategy that goes into politics, and that's probably why I like it so much. Selena for $2. Did the NDP get more support off those two ridings? Yes, they did. Let's go back to University of Rosedale. 18.7%. Massive gain. Doubled. They doubled their support. If for nothing else out of tonight, that is a very good sign. In one of these rural ridings that the Conservatives never end up winning, the NDP have clawed back support. That is a very, very good sign going forward. Not out of the woods, but for the first time in almost a year, it's trending in the right direction. So gap has widened a little bit, 660. So it's 202. We have Real Steven Jensen for $2. Will we ever see Carney and House of Commons again for question mark? That's a really good point. He may think, and this is what happens, right? He may think that he doesn't have to come back. He's just going to tour around the world. I'm the Canadian Prime Minister. I'm trying to make Canada strong. And the more that he's not there, the more it becomes a problem. Because historically, Canadians get irritated when their Prime Minister is not in the House of Commons. Regularly. You know, for all Justin Trudeau, he was always there every Wednesday. And he was usually there Tuesday. Sometimes he wasn't there Monday, depending on what he had to do. But he was there every week. Mark Carney hasn't been. And does it get worse after this majority government now? That's what the suggestion is going to be. Andrew Christie for $10. The only reason the MSM wants Pierre out is because they know Liberal support is starting to decline, and they know it, and that he will. Oh, and they know it, and he will sweep them the next election. It's a strong possibility because there's no more excuses now that the Liberals can use. And I think, assuming that Carney either can't negotiate Kuzma or gets a bad deal out of Kuzma, that's going to be a disaster for his numbers, his personal numbers, and therefore the Liberal Party. Because I think the only reason the Liberals are where they are is because of this confidence in Mark Carney. And once that confidence is shown to be misplaced, everything comes crumbling down. I think that's what happens. Autistic Avenger, came TJR for $5. Do we wait until 2029 for next election, or could the government fall before that? Will Canada last 4 years under a Carney majority? Is it possible that the last 4 years? Yes. Could the government fall before 2029? Yes. Look at all of the fluctuation that we've seen right now when it comes to the these people resigning and by-elections and things like that. When by-elections happen, like, those seats are gone, so you never know what can happen. So it's definitely possible, especially with a majority as small as this one right now. It's definitely possible. Autistic Avenger for $5. A few weeks ago, a Liberal MP begged the Cons to remove Pierre, which just shows how scared they are of him and how badly they know they'll lose to him. Because otherwise, they wouldn't be saying anything. They'd be like, yeah, please leave this guy exactly where he is. And due to for $10, if anyone feels in need of motivation and soul ignition, look up the music channel Fearless Motivation and Song. Remember why you started. The music will fill you with the fighting spirit. Or look up NP Nation. This is where we rise. So, which we're looking at doing something with that. Hopefully, it comes to pass. Due to for $5, night is darkest right before the dawn, and dawn is coming. It's one of my favorite sayings. And an emotional song that the video game nerds like me, if you're interested in listening to that, it's from a game called Dragon Age Inquisition, and as soon as I said that, everybody who played it knows what this is. Look up the song "The Dawn Will Come." Very, very powerful song. Jake the Gamer for $7. Remember in 2011 when Leighton in the campaign called it Ignatieff for the lack of showing up in the House? Yep. Battalion for $2. So will Carney prorogue Parliament? Nope. Nope. They will pass a motion in the House, reorganize committee, and that'll be that. Andrew Christie for $10. And you know what? I look at this now. Let him have his majority now. But this will be what will make the elbows up crowd see what a mistake voting Liberal again was. Yep. Because there's zero excuse for Mark Carney now. He cannot blame anything on anyone. Well, you know, the Conservatives were obstructing. Oh, they were doing this. Or they're... You have the majority, buddy-o. And you had to steal it to get there. And Dav Gill for $5. I still don't understand the flack the cons get when they haven't been the governing party for over a decade. Also, is Trump secretly helping Carney? No. Trump's too occupied. He helped them by opening his mouth in the last election. That's for darn sure. John Gotti for $5. You're going to see a huge opposition from the Bloc Conservatives and NDP, and even the Green Chicken Little can't run forever. Yeah, this is. I'm very interested to see the opposition play in the coming months, because they all know that they're going to need to work together, like even more so, because now the Liberals don't need any of them. This is going to be very fascinating. RV Flex for $5. I blame Jagmeet Singh for the position we all have to endure with this fraudulent government. He's one of the main reasons. That blame is not misplaced. Jake the Gamer for $7. My CPC membership is up for renewal on April 30th, and I'll be renewing as everyone else should when due. Yeah, I've already renewed mine. Ray Cotto McClellan for $5. When the night is long and the shepherd's lost, look to the sky, and one day soon the dawn will come. That's from the song. Bear your blade and raise it high. Stand your ground, the dawn will come. Basically, when all seems lost, always remember that the dawn will come. So, well, kudos to the 2,900, or rather 3,005 of you for still sticking around. My best friends. It's great to be talking politics and spending time with all you folks. John Gotti for $5. Thank you very, very much. My grand idea was to form an opposition of the willing, or coalition of the opposition, that given each leader time to oppose in group format. I don't know how that would work in Parliament, though. But what I think the They need to start fitting the NDP in committee, though. Like the Conservatives and well, it's basically going to have to come down to the Conservatives. Because the Bloc only have one representative in committee. And what's going to happen is the Conservatives are going to lose a representative in committee, and that goes over to the Liberals. So they have to get the NDP in committee somehow so they can start scoring some points against the Liberals. Because you need them to be able to actually get some sort of visibility. That's going to be the challenge. But they all need to work together. Doesn't matter if the Conservatives and the NDP are on opposite sides of the spectrum. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So they all need to do that. There's going to be a lot of backroom strategizing over the next 6 months. Andrew Christie for $5. A thunderstorm does not last forever. Neither will this darkness called the Liberal thunderstorm. Don't lose hope, y'all. Right. There is always a way back. I don't subscribe to this doom and gloom stuff of Canada is lost. And when I hear people say that, I ask them, what have you done? Tell me all the things that you've done to try to stand up for this country. Or do you just sit behind a keyboard and type Canada is lost? So I don't have time for that. I have time for getting on with it. Let's get on with it. Get involved. Figure out how to help this country. That's it. Don't have time for pessimism. Learned that a long time ago in my life. Many times in my life, and many of you probably have a very similar circumstance. Many times in your life you could have said, yeah, I could have given up here, I could have given up here, could have given up here, and then not gone on to do this. But resiliency is where character is born from, right? So when you push yourself through those times, those very, very difficult times, that's what builds your character. And all the difficult times I've gone through, probably a lot of you the same. I wouldn't trade those. Some of them were hell to go through, but they made me who I am today. So and anyway. Sorry, bud, Canada's done. Okay, what have you done? What have you done to fight for this country? Have you door knocked? Have you volunteered? This is what I ask people. And if you have, great. If you haven't, I'm not really in a position to say Canada's done when you haven't done anything, right? Think about it. Think about it. Honestly, considering running for MP next election, SSW is currently my running. Awesome. Love it. Talk to the EDA. Get out there. Have conversations. Love it. That's how we started this channel, right? 2 Canadians that said, you know what? Let's try and do something. That's how things happen. People say, you know what? Maybe I'm going to get out there and I'm going to try to do something. And you never know what will happen. So we need to get on with it. Peter Witten for $2. I encourage everyone to get involved. No regrets. Absolutely. Leave it all on the ice. RV Flex for $2. How does Avi Lewis get status back in Parliament? Well, I need to see. Now, he's at least being smart. And he said, I'm not going to ask anybody to abdicate their seat so I can run. So he's being smart in that respect. But it puts him in a difficult position. Because he doesn't get to stand up in Parliament. And he doesn't get to go to committee. Unless he's called as a witness. So that's a possibility. But I think that that's going to be problematic for him. So, but it's just going to be a problem he needs to solve. He wanted to be leader. Now he's leader. Yeah, he must have had some idea of what he was going to do, right? So, okay. Let's see. All right. Well, folks, there's only a couple polls left. I don't think there's a possibility that they're going to be able to overcome this this deficit. So I think what we're going to do is I think we're going to call it there. But thank you everybody for hanging out with us tonight. Whether we disagreed or agreed, it was great conversation. Thank you everybody for your contributions. And the fight goes on. And it's going to get interesting. And we're going to be very mindful of what changes are going to be coming from the Liberal Party in the House of Commons, but also their demeanor, policies, bills. It's going to be fascinating to see how things end up changing in this country and how the opposition parties end up working together, because if they're smart, all of them will be calling out this majority, this illegitimate majority for the rest of this parliament. So anyway, folks, thank you so much for sticking together with us. And we will see how things start to play out in the first day of this quote-unquote majority government tomorrow. Not that these MPs will be in the House tomorrow. They still need to be sworn in, so it's still going to take some time to actually get these seats back. But tomorrow is the first day of the agenda of this government. So we will see what happens, and we will be there to comment it every step of the way. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for joining, and we'll see you in the comments.
Our fathers fought so our voices could be free, that thought and conscience would not bow to decree those rights and only if we choose to take a stand without compromising truth. This land is more than headlines, more than noise and rage. We cut through all the chaos line by line, page by page. MP Nation, raise your voice tonight. Every province, every distant sky, we stand for something. We don't step aside. Truth in our hands, hope in our eyes. truth is on our side when we resist despair and the power that divides. So we step forward, no more